Alright. Honestly, I have no idea what noise I just made. I was like not paying attention.
You look like you've got something to say.
I have something to ask you. But I don't think I'll get a straight answer. Raccoon City. You know, after the incident, the world changed. You try to save one person, 100 others die. I guess I changed too.
You? Leon S. Kennedy. You haven't changed. You just think you have.
So here's my question. Have you changed, Ada? Or are you just trying to use me again?
What do you think? We're here. Don't think too hard, handsome. See you later.
Story of my life.
Not yet. Whose blood are you here for this time? Mine or Sadler's?
That all depends on you. Change of plans. Of course, you're free to refuse.
Think that gun's gonna be enough?
Interesting.
Okay. I'll do it. But cost you extra.
Wise decision. I'll send you the new coordinates. And remember, I do not like...
Waiting, I know.
I don't
Got a ways to
know.
go.
I think he's alright, but they're all a little bit different. I don't know. I like I can't really say too much about Wesker. I do like a couple of their previous imaginings. Like Sadler, I don't like his voice actor in this one. I think it's not like Ada where I think the voice acting is bad. I just think with Sadler, his original voice actor was more fitting for Sadler's character. In this one, he doesn't really even have like a Spanish accent or anything. Like not even remotely. Like he just sounds like I don't know, he just sounds like a fucking regular ass person. It's kinda weird. I think Wesker, he's alright. I think his demeanor is a bit different. There's nothing here, right? That is very strange. I'm okay with that though. So none of this, oh yeah, they need the special, the enhanced one that Luis was working to take Sadler down. They need the special one and not these ambers. Yeah. Wait, that's the thing. The ones in the other room, he didn't,
But getting through won't be easy.
they ran there when I was getting the loot. I thought they were chasing me though, but they didn't see me. So I just let them be. It's hard to hear over the music. I can turn the music down if you want. We could turn it down like 1. Definitely want to turn this one down. Actually, I don't. I mean, I guess. Turn it down 1 thing.
I reserve some items just for you. My other customer doesn't know about these. Welcome. Got some rare things on sale, stranger. All my wares are in tip-top shape, I assure you. Let us know when you've made some room. Stocking up while you can. Wise choice. I'll buy it at a high price. Good luck to you, stranger.
I don't have enough
If you want
shotgun
a
ammo to make
fighting
this
chance out
important.
there, you best
I would
suit
get
up
it
your
though.
kit. This kind of work is about finesse,
I
stranger.
guess I can't really get
Little
other
bit
things.
goes
though.
a long way. You'll see. Dazzled, are you? Our craftsmanship demands no less. That cash in your pocket or your life. Information is a commodity these days. Well then, thank you. Do check out my wares again soon.
I don't think we have to carry it on us right now, but he only sells you them one at a time, so I don't wanna pass up health when I might need it later and only be able to buy one. Honestly, we should probably put this away. Because it takes up just too fucking much space. I don't mind carrying a box of ammo that takes up 2 as opposed to 12. Trying to think what else do we want though. Maybe I should get this.
Why not try your hand at a new gun, stranger? Might save your life. Your valuables won't do you
We
much
have
good
some
in the grave.
spare of these.
Not seen anything you like, stranger? A deal well struck. All yours, don't get your... Self killed now.
Oh shit, I forgot I swapped the buttons. On. Let me think. Gotta hit a couple of times, but okay. I think that's everything. Oh, it's not.
Sorry I'm late.
We got the medicine just in time.
Can you stand?
Where's Luis?
He was worried about you. Until the end. Come on. We don't have much time. Let's get rid of these things.
For Luis.
Ada, come in. There's a lab where we can remove the parasites. Had a crazy hunch that you'd know where it is.
Their most important facilities are housed in their sanctuary at the top of the mountain. That's where I'd look.
Huh. Ada the encyclopedia.
Happy to help. Now you owe me. Don't die on me now.
She's kind of tsundere.
Locked.
I can feel welcome. What can I interest you in? What you see is what I've got. What's that? How have we procured these curiosities? You don't want... Oi! Oi! Better buy something while you can. You may regret it later.
Ornate beetles.
I need to open this to get to the comms facility. It needs some power, though.
Okay, can't rush, gotta... the freezer is a power unit. How do I get there with those things running wild? Got a family. I can make it, I can do this. I have to for that.
I could use this.
Maybe. This is after Leon came here. Should have kept that health in me. Knew it! I fucked up. I didn't pull the prompt in time. I don't want to use it because we're running really low and I'm gonna like fucking not be able to survive the next one. There's health in here, I know that. I mean, it's likely at least. If I... Oh, they still detect you apparently. I was hoping to find a red one in here that I could use to just get back to full, but then I didn't want to risk it. I thought that would be dumb if we died twice the same like way. Red herb. I don't see one though. Fast. Not what I was aiming for. Not really what I'm looking for. I want a red herb. I can hear it. It's definitely right in that threshold. That's it, just green ones, nothing else. I'm sure another one comes out here. Probably as soon as I touch that. But is there a red herb? A refrigerated red herb? Nope. Who refrigerates grenades? Alrighty, then I guess I'll just use one of these fucking things. Not happy about it though. Now it's gonna be all dark.
That was bound to happen.
Turn on your fucking light. Should have had it on before the fucking power goes out. Do we want to go for that treasure? You know, I already missed one earlier. I don't think we should go for it. Obviously, there's a regenerator right there. I already missed one earlier. And I don't think there's a challenge or anything for it. I'm gonna say we should skip it because I just don't have enough health if it fucks with me. If we found like 2 red herbs, I would go see what the treasure is. helps a little bit. She has a light built into her shoulder rig. That's pretty cool. I've never seen that before. I thought she had like one of those little elbow lights. Fuck. That wasn't that bad. We only got a little bit of damage. That's what I've been looking for. Fascinating.
Drat. Another.
Fuck. Nope. 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 Oh shit. Fuck. I feel like we should run past this one. I shot the explosives, but it didn't kill the parasites. I thought it might. I might have to try run past it or something. I don't think the flashbangs would do anything though. Fuck. Okay then. Alrighty. Autosave, but far away. SMFH. It's not that far. But...
I'm empty.
Okay then. Skip forward. Alright, here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna not waste all my shit on these two. I might use a flashbang though. Move out of the way. So we could go back down there to get these, but because I don't think they're gonna roam this far, like, without me going up to them again. Of course. Is it just right? I think it's down the way a little bit. No, it's not. No, it's not. I thought it was like a little bit farther than that. Anyway, we're gonna move on. I don't need the rest of this shit from there. Do need my health though. Alright, so where are we again?
Take a look. Welcome. What can I interest you in? A wise choice. I know. Must thank you. Don't... Get yourself... Welcome, stranger. Stranger. Ooh, I'll pay a pretty... That's good work, if I do say so myself. If you want a fighting chance out there, you best tune up your kit. That cash in your pocket or your life? Easy choice, mate. Knife needs care every once in a while. Could be the difference.
We could bump
between life
this
and
a
death.
little bit.
Try that on for size. There you are. As you pleasant travels.
I don't know how much that's gonna help, but it didn't cost that much. Let's go to the, let's go to here with the key. That was worth it, sort of, mostly. It's a lot of money.
Oh, welcome. Oh, what you buying? A deal well struck. Molding a whip. We're starting to get an idea of your tastes, friend.
Probably wasn't worth it to upgrade this though.
Your weapons are in good hands, mate. I'll see you right. There you are, as you wished. Try that on for size. Thank you. Do...
Save's coming.
Check out my wares. Again soon.
There. Should be able to get out now.
Usually garage type doors have like an emergency thing where you can open them even when the power's out, just so that no one's trapped inside. Potentially fatally, but we'll play pretend. still don't have any more shotgun ammo than what I started with, so it was like good to not bring that along. It's giving me health, that means the boss fight is near.
Not exactly covert, but it'll have to do.
The installation of highly sensitive antenna array on the island is finally complete. With it, the activities of hostile organizations, including those of U.S. intelligence services, can accurately be intercepted and monitored. I see what's going on here.
Bring me a challenge. Excuse me, can I see your ticket? Well, this isn't good.
No, not. Fuck me. Bro, what?
Not my favorite carnival ride.
I can feel it. You're the type that gets things done.
I have to keep that boot knife because Krauser uses a knife a lot, and this one doesn't have good durability. So I can't do that. And then... I don't know if we should do that.
Why not treat? Welcome. Ooh, what you buying? You'll get some bang for your buck, I guarantee it. Knife needs care every once in a while. Could be the difference between life and death. There you are. Now go and cause some mayhem, eh?
Three in this area. But we have the thing. I wonder if you could see them. Is this not the area? Maybe it's not. It doesn't say it's the defensive line here. I would presume it is, because it looks like a defensive line, but it doesn't say it. Oh, we do see them though. It must be here. I don't see any more of them though. I don't know if you're allowed to shoot that far. Oh, you
Lights
can,
out.
yeah. The aiming is not very nice in this game. I don't know if you've noticed that. Maybe you think I just have bad aim, which is fine. I wouldn't say it like that. I don't have like the best aim, but like it's not as bad as it appears right here.
The area is well guarded. I need to be careful. A radio tower. That's where I need to go.
That's okay. I guess we're supposed to just move from cover to cover and not shoot them from cover. I don't see anything over here. fuck.
A clean strike.
Conveniently placed gasoline. Still don't see anything. There's probably more in this area or something. Is that it? That is totally it.
Lights out. Here, catch.
That was a good grenade.
Task complete.
that it? I think that was it. Pretty sure.
So that's a request. Well done. You've proven yourself reliable. Got a selection of good things on sale, stranger. What's that? How have we procured these curiosities?
Why not?
Pleasant travels.
These ones have metal shields anyway, so it's not like I can do a whole lot. I have to kind of shoot them in the legs and stuff. Arms. Or other arm at least. Probably gonna forget that if I die. There's nothing to grapple with. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Fuck. Well, we saved just now, so better to die before something else. And I do remember the gold bar this time. It would be good to push him into the laser thingy, but that's really hard to do. I could maybe reset it though. I might be able to do it. I have an idea.
Here, catch.
It fucking shot me still. What the fuck? there anything up here that we didn't get? No. I think that's everything.
Oh, it's just one thing after another today. Lights out.
Fuck, I should have done that. What the fuck? I didn't know it went that way. I thought it was gonna go to the other side. Pretty sure I said this already, but if I didn't, gasoline does not explode when you shoot it. Not under normal conditions. For it to explode, it would have to be, first of all, the gasoline itself would have to be different, and second of all, the bullets would have to be... It would have to be like an incendiary type of round. Maybe like a tracer, which is like tracers aren't meant to be incendiary, but like they have like a small amount of phosphorus on the back of the actual projectile so that you can see where the rounds are going. It's usually used for long distance shooting without magnification, like in volleys, like if you're trying to suppress something far away with a machine gun, or maybe even engage it directly with a machine gun. You may want like a mix of tracers. They'll be in a ratio like 1 every 3 rounds. Every 3 normal rounds is a tracer, so that you can see the streak of burning phosphor, and then you can see, like, specifically how, like, where it gets downrange, like, like if the wind is carrying it left or right, and other stuff, you know. Hold on, you can skip forward 10 seconds or so. My phone fell asleep. The fuck? Alright, so we're here. We can't go back. There's a thingy. Tell me if you see letters or numbers or anything. Oh, the other part was that the gas itself, the gasoline in the barrel, that would need to be aerated. The reason it explodes in like an engine cylinder is because it's compressed with air. So the highly oxygenated environment allows it to all burn very quickly. If you just had like a barrel of gas, I'm not saying it's like safe to just like light on fire and it won't blow up, but like it doesn't have the same flammability that like a cloud of gas vapors has. Like if you poured gasoline into like a balloon and you shook it up and you put air into the balloon, that would be very easily lit. I am not seeing any numbers though. Oh. That's not a number. Okay then. Apparently it was just that.
Something tells me this isn't just a comms facility.
No. I don't think it needs to remind me how to stand and crouch every time there's a gap that you can only pass through if crouched. That kind of shit's pretty silly to have in games. Martinico. Regenerating abilities and is impervious to conventional weapons. For the bad news, it may be stronger, but its mental capacity has not improved at all. Reminiscent of commoners. In the unlikely event it breaks free, there is little we can do to contain it again. I was eating something. Obviously the presence of this note alone shows that we're gonna encounter it. And it doesn't appear to have been contained still, considering the cracks in the glass and the corpses. I don't know anything about this.
You don't look friendly. If that thing catches me, I'm done for.
Yeah, but where the fuck do I go? Alright then. Did you see where to go? It won't be affected. It's just better to run away. Yeah. Alright, so I don't know anything about this one. This was not in the original main story. I don't know. I didn't play the original Separate Ways DLC. I don't know anything about the original DLC. But, and I also didn't look at spoilers. I don't like spoiling it for myself. I like surprises. I know you don't, but I will have to look at that fucking corner again.
You don't look friendly.
Because I did not see anything. Hurry, do you see anything?
If that thing catches me, I'm done for.
Nope. I feel like I have to slow-mo this, like I have to pause, like during the thing. I don't see anything back there though, is the problem. It's like, do you see anything?
If that thing catches me,
Oh, I can go through here? Okay.
this is where we say goodbye.
That is a pretty scary monster, I'm not gonna lie. I think they did a good job on the imaginative aspects of it. That's an interesting placement for the gap though, because that means if it passes that gap, you just have to die. Even if you're still alive, like, if you just didn't get there with like more than like 3 seconds to spare, then you died or something. Maybe like more than 5 seconds to spare, you died.
Guess my new friend was the result of some experiment.
Yes, indeed. I don't suppose it's a good idea to walk under it like that, but okay. Because that thing looks like it weighs more than Nemesis. So, like, 1,000 kilograms, maybe? Maybe, like, 800. I don't know, 1,000's a lot. Maybe like 800, 700, something like that. It's Grimace from McDonald's lore. The big purple blob thing. I do like this area, and I do think the DLC is more scary than the main story. That sequence was essentially like an interactive cutscene. You know, a cutscene is when it cuts away from the gameplay to a scripted scene where you don't do anything. It's like a movie. It's like a little segment. And then there's interactive ones that have like QuickTime events, QTEs, where you have to press a button during the cutscene and nothing else registers. It's just like whether you press the right button, and whether you press it on time or not. And then there's that sequence was like a scripted, not script, like it was like a it was like an interactive cutscene because there wasn't actually much gameplay. It was just mainly open these doors that it gives you, you know, like the code to open and shit. They're better than just regular cutscenes, but like, I think it's more intense, more dramatic, more filled like with suspense if you just let people like play the whole thing instead of changing angles and, you know. If you wanted to watch a movie, you could just watch a movie. Provided that there was a movie about Resident Evil 4. Which there isn't, but you understand. Not so fast.
Better watch out.
This is from Leon's segment in the original. There was a laser hallway. It was right after... It was right before Krauser, I think. And then...
That was excessive.
Oh, that's it? Okay. In the original, he passed them, and then they all came back forward, and he ran up the wall. He did his thing. The move that he did, essentially, when the Bella twins were protecting the Crank, the two women Ganados with, or I guess Ganadas, with the chainsaws. And then he runs up the wall for no reason in that sequence.
This is it. Now, how to connect the device. I'm at the site and jacked into the main terminal. You're going to blow up this entire island. Including the president's daughter. Won't that make things harder for you?
There's no room for half measures. The weak exist to serve the strong. Enough talk. Bring me the amber. I've arranged a way for you to get back to the island.
Copy that. On it now. Okay, Luis. What was it that you said again? You should have known by now, Whisker, that I don't always play by your rules. Okay, I'm done here.
I don't see anything else here. Time to kill that thing with lasers, which I don't really like because Resident Evil 3, they killed Nemesis's whatever 5th form, or I don't know however many it was. They killed Jill killed him with some crazy underground laser. First of all, I don't really like the romanticization of lasers. They're not like vastly different from other things, like direct energy weapons are not like... Damage is damage, you know? Like, just because you create it with a laser doesn't mean it's like something special. But also, I don't like just because it overlaps so much. Same reason why I don't like Resident Evil 8 that much. Because it just shares so much in common.
Only one way through this.
It shares so much in common with Resident Evil 4.
always have an out.
Again, with the super... They almost need, like, another word for it. The amount of drama that's in this game. Like,
Got you
just
now,
saying
Sadler.
it's Japanese drama is, like, not even enough. They need, like... I need to hyphenate it, like, ultra drama or something. I don't think you're asleep just yet. Even though you haven't said anything. So I'm gonna continue. Because I'm pretty sure you're supposed to. If you are asleep, it's okay. You can watch it tomorrow or something. I think you're not, though.
Now, find Leon and Sadler. Leon's headed for their sanctuary. I'll meet him there.
It warms my heart. Stop by, stranger.
He's a little flirty with Ada. I'm sure you noticed.
Welcome.
He doesn't talk the same as when he talks to Leon.
A deal. Hope.
Maybe he's a lonely merchant. I can't imagine being that lonely though. I mean, you gotta have customers, you know?
To see you again. Welcome.
I thought we were gonna run into
Molding
Krauser,
good is new.
like, before Leon kills him, but doesn't look like we are gonna...
A well-tuned weapon. This kind of work is about finesse, stranger. Little bit goes a long way. You'll see. Knife needs care every once in a while. Could be the difference. There you are. As you wished. Molding a weapon to suit your specific needs. Oh, it's a thing of beauty. This kind of work is about finesse, stranger. Will that be all? Don't get yourself killed now.
Oh shit, he
Welcome.
wasn't selling... Oh, he is selling the fucking first aid spray. Fuck. I should get that. We could sell this without...
Ruby's all rubbish. It makes no difference. The price, well, hard time.
Really quick, let's see if there's a diamond, a yellow diamond over here. There's treasure over there. Is that... there's treasure over there. Fuck. Do you think this is the last merchant?
Why not treat yourself, mate?
Skip
Welcome.
forward.
Got a selection of good things on sale.
I gotta figure out what to sell.
What's that? How have we procured these curiosities?
You know what, we might as well do this. Because then we can put it on. And we don't have enough to, like, get anything else with the tickets anymore, so...
Stranger,
Might as well do that and then buy the first
I'll
aid.
pay a pretty better to be over-prepared. Am I right?
And then...
Knife needs care every once in a
I
while.
don't know.
Could be the difference between life and death. Oh, my back is killing me. Years haven't been kind to us, I suppose.
Maybe this one...
Good instinct, stranger. An interesting choice. I mean it in a good way, of course. Oh, I knew you'd choose that one. Try that on for size. You've exhausted our normal range of services for this weapon. If you're interested in something more, well, you catch mine. Anything else are pleasant travels.
Alright, so now we got all of that shit, and then we're probably gonna take this out. I'm also gonna switch to this case because we need more healing stuff in general. And then... we should take that out. And then I can do that. And then we can save, and then I'll make some choices that I may come to regret. Hopefully not, though. This one. And then this one, and then this one, and we didn't get the fucking frequency bonus, but it's fine. Let's go.
La he encontrado.
Ow. Hold on, we're reloading. I don't like how much damage I just took. Where are we? We moved that, and then we made the arrows, so we're exactly where we were. Yeah. I don't like how much damage I just took there. There's more than one in this room. So I'm not gonna break the box until that. Okay then. Skip forward. Skip forward. 20 seconds. I don't want to get hit here. We don't have that much health. We have 2 sprays and we have 1 red and green and 1 green. Oh, okay. So he detects anyway. Fuck. Bad. Missed one.
Next.
Here we go.
Don't hit me. You know, I wanted to tell you something, by the way. I could, I mean, not like right now, but I could get you their guns, you know, like when you come over here. This one's not that expensive. Most people don't like it because it's not really, it's an alright design. It's not like spectacular. It has some downsides. Not like huge ones, but people just prefer other firearms like the well-known Glock and others as well. But I could get you one like this if you like her handgun. Or I could get you one of Leon's guns. I like Leon's guns better. Not because they're his, but he just chose better designs. Like, character-wise, they associated better designs with him for some reason. Or I could get you Wesker's gun. Wesker's gun is alright. It's a bit big for what it is. Like, it's a large... You probably won't like it because it's not gonna fit your hand, even though you may like it aesthetically. It's not gonna fit your hand, probably. Oh, shit. That hurt me. Hold on, I'm gonna answer your message. Skip forward like, I don't know, 20 seconds or something. Can't reach it. Skip forward a little bit. I'm gonna say something in the thing. Skip forward again. I'm gonna say something in the thing.
I was afraid of that.
Alright, we don't have that much ammo, and we don't have
Almost
any
there.
grenades, but... we're going to that ritual room, sanctuary area, whatever it's called. This Yeah, Sanctuary.
Why not treat yourself, mate?
That is helpful.
Welcome. What can I interest you in? I'll buy almost anything. Thank you. Crossing your T's, dotting your I's, that's the way to be. This kind of work is about finesse, stranger. Little bit goes a long way. You'll see. Dazzled, are you? Our craftsmanship demands no less.
I don't have enough ammo to make this worthwhile anymore.
Your weapons are in good hands, mate. I'll see you right. What's that? Now go and cause some mayhem, eh? I can hardly contain myself. You're really gonna do it, stranger?
What I was saying earlier is that he's just like, he's got this like chipper demeanor, you know, like he's very, he's more enthusiastic, he's more, cheery, when he's talking to Ada than he is with Leon. With Leon, he's just like, sup, bro, and then with Ada, he's like, I'm so proud of you, you know? Anyway, it's not a bad handgun. If you want, you could even carry it. I don't think you'll want to though, because I think you'll really enjoy a different gun that I have in mind. But I could get it for you, like just as like not a trinket, but you know, like a novelty item for your enjoyment of Resident Evil. If you did like this, you never said hers specifically.
Him and the sweet mercy they bring. Exalt all and let it be so. Leon! Go!
Of the heretic wolf. This will be your trial and tribulation.
Tribulation? You're the one in for a world.
There is no escape.
Fuck.
Is only the beginning.
Fuck. I didn't know he sprayed acid. Is our health that low? It's not even that low. That fucking one-shot me.
Wayward lamb, servant of the heretic wolf. This will be your trial and tribulation.
Tribulation. You were the one in for
Bruh.
Fret not for your suffering.
Okay then. I couldn't even do anything? Question mark. Don't let your guard down even if you're far away. Yes, 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 we got that already. Am I fully? Yeah, I am. Okay. Let's start with this one.
Wayward lamb, servant of the heretic wolf. This will be your trial.
You can parry it, which is nice. But it fucking halfway kills me every time it hits me.
Fret not, for your suffering shall soon be over.
Hot.
Why?
I can't move.
There is no escape. You impudent little. Pray. Repent. Insolence.
Fuck. That was close.
Blasphemer.
Oh boy. Knew it.
You will be tried and found wanting.
Fuck.
Fear the wrath of God.
Okay. Sorry. I keep dying.
Wayward lamb, servant of the heretic wolf. This will be your trial and tribulation.
Hold on. I don't want this attached, really. It's very disorienting.
tribulation. You were the one in for a world of hurt.
There is no escape.
Bruh, I crouched and it still hit me.
Why do you resist? Heretic.
This is not a good run.
Blasphemer. The avarice of the wicked shall not be abided.
That was close.
There is no place for you in our paradise, but you may yet return to us. Insolence. Face my wrath.
I tried to crouch. I don't know why you can't fucking free chamber around while crouching. Like, does not take that much.
Your suffering shall soon be over.
Am I dead now? It doesn't take you anything to fucking do that.
Penance is due.
But it just straight up doesn't let you do something.
You cannot defeat me. Fear the wrath of God.
I don't really care what the aspect of the gun is. Of a gun.
Wayward lamb, servant of the heretic wolf. This will be your trial and tribulation.
Tribulation. You're the one in for a world of hurt.
There is no escape. Pray. Repent. Why do you resist?
Alright. Doing alright.
Heretic.
Fuck.
You will kneel. Face my wrath. Blasphemer. The avarice of the wicked shall not be abided.
Doing a lot better this time.
Did that hurt?
You little wretch.
What the fuck?
No weapons turned against you. You need to be
Fuck.
for your suffering shall
Alright. I think we got a lot of damage for the amount of health loss. Fuck.
you cannot defeat me.
That was not good, not good. That's not how knives are thrown.
Control, come in. I have the package. This is gonna be hard to explain at customs.
Well done, Ada. Evacuate immediately.
Understood.
Someone is coming to pick you up.
I trust everything is fine on your end, too. Yeah.
Ada! Sadler!
Pain of
Time to wrap things up.
powerful. I think, you're right, it is about Wesker, probably.
Just what I was looking for.
Red Warhead. I love the technicality. Specifically, it is painted red. Indeed.
I need to hurry.
Oh shit.
¡Ahí está! ¡Está cubierto!
Lights out.
¡Cubierto!
Can't see through the smoke. They're all so shaky with the aim. Like, I don't know if you noticed, but there's so much idle sway when you're aiming. Like, just walking around, they can't keep the sight straight. They can't fucking, like, it's kind of annoying. Fuck.
I don't have much time.
Fucking hell. I was safe for a second, but I wanted to shoot that really quick. I shouldn't have I should have waited. Sorry. Skip forward. You don't have to watch the first part over again, just skip forward. Leon hasn't been dealt with. What the fuck? Okay.
Interesting.
Yes. Can I just... I can't go there? Really?
Just what I was looking for.
Yes. I need to get the prompt so I can go there.
I need to hurry.
¡Ahí está! ¡Está cubierto! ¡Está cubierto! ¡Ahí está!
No. 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 No.
¡Veamos
Bruh, move the fuck out of the way. I can't move.
Deja vu.
Newman Arms Corp. Interesting.
I'm getting sick of your shit.
Time to end this. Hold on, Leon.
Am I dead?
I can still make it.
Leon needs help. Hurry.
I'm on it.
The look she just gives her. Bruh. I really don't mind the concept behind Resident Evil and the mutations, but I wish there was, I wish it would, like, show a little bit more realism, like, for all of this part. Like, what I was thinking was... If it showed Sadler mutating with the other Ganados to have that, like, kind of, like, cell count, like, all of that body mass, that would be more believable, you know,
Nothing
if he,
personal,
like,
Leon.
morphed with
I
them,
said I had an arrangement.
like...
Don't worry, I'll take good care of it.
An amoeba, I guess. Not really like amoeba, that's a single-celled organism, but, like,
Right
if
here.
it globbed together.
Coming?
Same thing with the,
We both know this. This is where we go our separate ways.
same thing with the Mr. X and Nemesis. If it showed Mr. X, like, eating the zombies to grow, or if it showed the G virus, the William Birkin mutation, if it showed him eating zombies to, like, grow in mass, to actually have that amount of flesh, I think that would be, like, a good,
Until next time, Leon.
like, connection to make. Instead of him just having a castle of tentacles underneath a small robe.
Patch me through. I've obtained the amber.
Excellent.
Just one question. What are you planning to do with this?
We do not pay you to ask questions. All you need to know is a new dawn is breaking. 100 will give their lives so that just one may live. I am expediting that change.
So, we're talking millions of casualties.
Billions.
How ambitious. We're changing course, now.
What do you think? It's alright. Ooh, there's a boat. It was alright. I don't really, I don't think it was, like... I don't think it was a waste of money. I don't think it's, very impressive either. It was nice. I feel like it had the amount of stuff that the original should have just had, like the main story. If it was... I don't know. It was okay. I'm gonna send you something on Instagram. You can watch it whenever. I think this is more akin to what she was wearing in the original. She didn't have like a knitted, fully sleeved dress. She had like a, I don't know if it was a kimono exact. No, it wasn't a kimono. That's not even the same. Kimonos have sleeves. It was like a funny dress though. Oh, don't go yet.
Calculated destruction is well below 50% of the estimates. Most of the island remains intact.
Oh, Ada. What to do with you?
The choppers is still within range, sir. Should we open fire?
No. Her little act of defiance changes nothing. Besides, we have all we need. We continue, as planned. Soon, the sun will set on the age of man.
Alright, so I'm not gonna play a professional thing, obviously, but like, we can look at the fuck? Is that it? Hold on. We can look at it's probably here. And yeah, I think that was. Although I think you figured that out already by the time I say. Yeah. I like his old outfit better. With the costume, I can get it. The second one, alright. I don't know if we should do that one. That's it. That's all of them? Okay, I'm fine. Let's look at the concept art first, real quick. Is it in here? Maybe it's not in here. Let's look at the 3D models, is what I mean.
You don't seem surprised.
I don't think they should have put the radio effect on
You don't seem surprised.
their voices in this either. Yeah. This is with that first costume. This is more akin to what she originally had, I think. I do like the dress. I think it's interesting. This is her Resident Evil 2 outfit. After she gives Leon her pretend jacket, her pretend FBI jacket thing. When she chases after Annette, this is her outfit. It doesn't surprise me why you wanted to see it. I'll say that much. Oh, we didn't see the voices.
You're not getting away.
It's alright. I like the original Resident Evil 4 one the best. I actually like her new outfit as well. It's less showy, but it's more practical. And it still looks nice. It looks comfy, to be honest. Knit. I like this one of Louis. You can see the scar on his chest right there. I don't know if it shows up in stream, but you can see it on my screen. It's faint, but it's there. That little line. Oops.
Excellent.
He shouldn't have his finger on the trigger when the gun's pointed just at the ground like that. Like, you should not put your finger inside the trigger guard until you're, like, anticipating shooting. Like, someone could be in front of you, or someone is in front of you, and they are a threat to you. That's when you... Oh boy, yeah, I can. It doesn't let you go any farther than this. Like, it stops me right there. This is how high I can go, this is how low I can go. This one maybe, though. Nope. Almost. Close. You can, like, almost see, but it's just too dark. It's blacked out. I can't go any farther than that. It looks like they actually made this one reduced so that you can't do that, to be honest. And then this one you can't really see anything. But I do like this outfit the best. The dress is cute, but like, I don't know, I like the other one too. They knew what they were doing with restriction, but Japanese are known for fan services. They should have done better. Yeah, they are, and they're known for, like, specifically that kind of thing, like upskirt stuff, but I think that it's Japanese in origin, but they know that they market it to other people. If it was a small Japanese game where the target audience was Japanese people, like if it wasn't even translated into English properly or something, if it was that kind of game, then it totally would. The original U3 looked very similar to this, but had more legs. Had like a few more legs in the back. It might have been 4. had the same scorpion tail thingy going on. It doesn't let me zoom in fully, like, while panning towards it, but... Because if I zoom in further, it just goes, like, down there. But... Big pincers... Jaws in the middle. So, like, to jailbreak, like, a console or something like that, you would not be able to update it anymore, and therefore you wouldn't be able to play online anymore. So, it's not really worth it to do stuff like that. If I had it on PC, then obviously mods are accepted on that whatnot. See, the thing about that is if you just want mods and you don't care about if online gaming is a sub factor, then no, stay awake for a sec. If online gaming takes a back seat to the other stuff, then you should just get a PC because you can still play online. But you can play with the mods as well, and then you don't have to. It's a little bit more expensive, but it's not that much more if you like build it, and you could just watch a tutorial telling you how to like each part that you have to buy, and then putting it together. It's really not difficult or anything. The point of getting a console is you have like online multiplayer that's like verifiable. Like you know that people are not cheating because you can't put mods on console and still play online. You know? That's the point of getting one. Is that you have like some verification to the legitimacy of you know that when you play online, other people don't have an unfair advantage over you, you know? It's a secure network. It's got its own security, you know, like whereas when you play online with PC, there are some games that will ban people for cheating, but like you have to ban them in retrospect. You have to actually find them first, you know? So people can cheat in online games, competitive ones, and you can report them, yeah, and they can get banned, but like you still have to deal with them to begin with. By the way, you can see the body like after you kill like the first form. You can see the bodies hanging there. It's on the underneath side, and then the tail kind of becomes like the main portion. And then this abdominal section is still there as well. It's at the end there. I do like the I wish they made the fight better, but I think they did a good job with the U3 design because it actually looks like a bug. Like, it looks reminiscent of a bug. It has all the features of like a bug mixed with a human. It has this, look at the back of it, like the vertebra are on the outside. Like, it has this exoskeleton of plates that go along the back part of it, and then it has like the pincer bits and like the legs and stuff like that from the sides. But like that, this section, this abdominal section, it's like on ants. You know how the ants have like, they have like their legs and stuff, their head at the front, and then they have like a big abdom. I don't know. I feel like there's a better term than just a big abdomen, but like most of like their vitals are actually like in the back, you know, like their important organs and stuff is in their abdomen. So they made it like a lot more convincing in that way. And then he has this turkey tongue thing. I don't know why, but it's strange and interesting. This is Martinico. He has a bunch of rebar stuck in him from something. Maybe from his restraints. I mean, he has these handcuffs, he has the chains. I think they did a good job with this one because he's kind of unexpected, and he's kind of like, he doesn't fulfill like usual expectations for a monster. He's just kind of like big in a dark room and it kind of invulnerable to your weapons and stuff like that. And he has this big mouth. I think it's a simple aspect, but like instinctually things are typically fearful of stuff that has big mouths because that's kind of associated with like predatory organisms. Things with small mouths typically eat vegetation, you know, like deer and bunnies and stuff. And then even stuff like the same size as a bunny, like a cat, still has a mouth that's bigger, you know. A snake has a jaw that can dislocate, usually to eat eggs, but like still, you know. Compared to their body, at least, it's quite large. Sharks, etc. Even if we just look at this cow versus the wolf, the mouth is significantly bigger. Even though the cow is a larger animal, the actual mouth part is smaller. If you fall asleep, that's okay. This is the this is Ada's handgun. You can see actually parts, like there's a lot of good detail on this. It's not the new generation of XDM. It's probably, it might not even be an XDM, it might be just an XD. I'll send you a picture of like the new ones. I think I found it for 500 It's 529, 530. But that one's not exactly the same one. It's got some bells and whistles and stuff like that. I might be able to find this one is 487. Slightly different one. I'm gonna search just XD because I don't think it's the XDM. You can actually see on there though while I'm looking for this. You can see this pin, not the one in the center of the screen above the trigger, but to the right of that larger pin, the one that's got like a line going through it. It's wider. It's right below the chamber. I mean, most of these are below the chamber roughly, but like it's the next one. It's close to the slide. It's at the top of the polymer frame. You see how it has that shape to it? Maybe you don't see. You might be asleep or whatever. But like if you do, if you're awake, it's cut like that because it's a round pin, but it has a flat cut on the top. And that's so that when you take this part, this on the other side, this bit that's serrated on the left side of the center of the screen is a lever, and what you do is you take that and you turn it about 90 degrees, so then that this flat that's cut out of the pin is gonna face upward, and it's gonna unlock, and so that's how you disassemble it. Like, maybe this is a bunch of jargon to you, but when the flat part lines up with the top, when it's horizontal, the pin is no longer stopping the slide from coming off the front. While it's like this, it stops the slide at its forwardmost position so that it doesn't disassemble itself when you're shooting it. But then you want to be able to disassemble it so that you can clean it and swap out any broken parts if you had to for some reason. So while it's like this, when the slide goes forward, it is stopped by that pin. But when the flat side is on the top, there's nothing preventing it from going forward. It will just ride on top of the flat part of the pin and come completely off the front, and then you can take the frame off of it. It has this gap in the back of the end plate. Typically, you don't want like big gaps because it lets in debris. Holes and stuff like that, you know, if you're in like a dusty environment or something like that, it can easily get in, and it won't necessarily cause a jam or anything or a malfunction, but it can deteriorate the performance of it. Like it can get in the trigger mechanism as well, and it may prevent you from firing at the worst case, but even if it doesn't do that, it can make the trigger pull really like rough. And when I say rough, I'm not saying that you're gonna like struggle to pull it or anything necessarily, but if it's not consistent, then when you pull it, you might misalign your sights while pulling it, because triggers have weight to them, and if it's like smooth at the beginning but then it gets rough and then it gets smooth again, it could make you easily like slightly, slightly move your sight picture, and then that will make you miss when targets are more than like 10 meters away. This one is a XDS. It's still not the same one that's shown here, but it's $391. It's still expensive for what it is. It's not like crazy expensive. This is actually the one that's being used here. For $493. I don't know what you mean. Alarm is after it? Set alarm? Okay. I won't keep you up too late. I know. This is one with... It's the same model as here, but it's got stainless steel slide, it looks like. It's not black. It's going for $510. So it's not like literally expensive, it's just expensive for what it is. Because, like I was telling you earlier, you can 3D print a lot of polymer framed handguns. I am. But, this one is the one that's going... This one is the one that's here that Ada's using for $472. By extension, if you were to 3D print your own, you could just buy the parts for like $200. And then the printer on top of it for the first gun, but like if you print more than one gun, it obviously pays for itself in the long run. And you could also get a printer for cheaper. I've seen them for as little as $100 for a good 3D printer, not like for a weird shitty no-name Chinese brand, but like a usable printer. And then the filament costs some money, but it's not that expensive. It's like $25 or so. And then there's tutorials. There's plenty of tutorials and information. It's not like you need like training to use it or anything. You could even probably build it for, I don't know about this one specifically, but you could, like, Glock is very, very, very popular, so parts for Glocks are, like, pretty cheap because of how popular it is. If you don't sell it for a reasonable price, no one's gonna buy it. You have to make another product, like, to actually get that kind of audience. But parts for Glocks are cheap. You could probably buy all the parts you need for just like 150 even. And then 3D print the rest of it. And that's pretty reasonable, and it's pretty easy and stuff. I didn't say you wouldn't like it. I said that you didn't specifically name it. You talked about the broken butterfly, and you talked about I don't. I think you just talked about the broken butterfly with this one right here. Cause I liked it. The name of the gun. Yes. I know. But I was just saying that you didn't specifically say that you liked it, which is why I was like, maybe she doesn't care. But, I could get you one. I could try find you one. Not like right this second, you know, but like, I'm just saying eventually, at some point, I could, if you wanted me to, you know, I could. So, I really like this one. It's got a few problems that really led to it failing in terms of like market. So obviously you can see here on the slide it says 9 by 19, like I was talking about earlier to you. The reason it failed was because it was marketed to police, which you may think, oh, that's his gun in Resident Evil 2. But it wasn't marketed to American police. It was marketed towards German police, and it has like a lot of features that we would consider not good features, especially today. But at the same time, it had a lot of features that I do actually like. And it came out before the Glock did. The first Glock that was successful was the Glock 17. This one actually holds more than it. It's also simpler. It's mechanically more accurate. I prefer the sights, the way that it has very innovative sights. They actually don't look like this exactly in real life. They actually look more closely like the opposite of this. I can't really explain that to you here easily. I can eventually show you what I mean by the opposite, but they have innovative sights that are unique and beneficial. the main reason that they weren't liked amongst people who bought them and other people who, you know, their like organizations bought them, like police, um, was because they had this trigger. And you remember what I was talking to you about with single action and double action, where single action just fires the gun and double action does something as on top of that. It does two actions, hence double. This one has a really atrocious double action trigger pull. It's like almost like a 20-pound trigger. So you obviously cannot fire it very fast, and after you get through like a magazine, you know, your hand's gonna have some fatigue. You know, like, it's not insignificant. It's not being a bitch or anything. It's totally a real thing. If you shoot a lot, if you had to shoot a lot, even if you exercise your fingers, you will get some fatigue. It's great to exercise your fingers and grip strength and whatnot, but like, you can't avoid like fatigue by doing that. And also you have to consider, what if I had to give you my gun or something, and you maybe are not strong enough to pull it that many times. You know, you can only shoot one magazine before you get too tired. There's other things to consider in that. And similarly, like, police don't have to consider lending a gun that often, but they do have to consider that the department itself may have a very diverse range of officers, where like there are some female officers or there are some small statured officers, and they struggle to effectively manipulate this gun because the trigger's too heavy. So it runs into a lot of complications because of that. The benefit in accuracy is really discounted by most people, because not only is the trigger then the limiting factor on how accurate you can be with them, because, you know, you could have a phenomenally accurate firearm, but if you have like a horrible trigger that's really inconsistent, and you sometimes it fires when you pull it lightly, and sometimes it fires when you pull it heavily, you're not gonna be consistent when it comes to your groupings, like how tight your bullet impacts are to each other. And the other thing you have to consider is that, well, it's not like something you have to consider, but the other reason it was discounted, the mechanical accuracy, is that it's not largely beneficial for a handgun. It is if you're going to be, like, if you're going to train yourself and, like, really try to maximize the effectiveness of a handgun. But most people won't do that, even if they're a cop or something like that. They're not gonna train to the level that you need to fire a handgun and hit something more than like 50 meters away, which is difficult with most handguns. Perhaps even that's an understatement, a large, notable understatement. It's more than difficult. But, most people are not gonna train to that. They're just simply gonna say, I'm too far away with this handgun, I need to be behind cover, or I need to pull out a rifle. or a shotgun to get more range, you know, to be able to engage farther away. So the mechanical accuracy is only as good as the shooter can make of it, you know. If you give this to someone who's not going to train, who is not good at shooting a handgun, then it's worthless, essentially. So it got discounted for its strengths, and then it had several downsides that led to it not being adopted in the way that it was intended to be adopted, and failing on the commercial market for like private sales, like people who wanted this for themselves. It also had some other features that people don't like. It has a safety that's kind of it's kind of unconventional to have on handguns. Not the safety literally itself, but the type of safety that it is. There's different types of safeties. There's some that are like levers, where it's like got an arm and then it clicks one way or another way, like how you see the lever on the right side of the screen, right there. It's not on the handgun itself, but it's on the stock that's attached to it. The lever right now is pointing to a red number 3, and then it could also be pointed down to the red number 1 beneath that. Some handguns and other firearms as well have safeties like that where it's a lever. Some have they have push button safeties, which this one had. Very few handguns have those though. Those are much more common on older firearms especially, but like rifles or shotguns typically. But definitely older firearms. It's not really used as much anymore because although it works as a safety, levers are usually faster, and they allow for a more intricate safety. Some safeties only block the trigger from being pulled, but other safeties actually prevent the firing pin. You remember we talked about firing pins when I showed you like the essence of how firearms work, where there has to be a barrel and chamber, and then there has to be a breech block that locks into place with the chamber, and then behind that breech block there has to be a firing pin. There are some safeties that actually prevent the firing pin from going forward. So even if you did pull the trigger, and some safeties even allow you to pull the trigger, but they simply don't let the firing pin fall. So they make the gun safe in more reliable ways than simply preventing the trigger from being pulled. The safety that I have on the gun that I carry every day, it actually it's connected to the firing pin, and it doesn't prevent the firing pin from going forward and setting off the round like as you would expect, but it actually rotates it out of the way. So even if the hammer were to fall or anything, which it can't like it will like disconnect the trigger and stuff like that when you engage it, but it actually rotates the firing pin out of the way. So it's at that point it's actually physically impossible to set the round off in the chamber without taking like an actual torch to the gun and like heating the chamber up until it goes off from the heat. So it's a very safe design, as opposed to just blocking the trigger. If you were to like, it's not really plausible for you to break through a safety, but like for some reason, like if if the parts broke or something, if your safety broke or if that part of the trigger broke, then you could pull it and then it would go off, you know. Whereas the safety on the gun that I carry, it wouldn't matter if you pulled the trigger or not. It wouldn't matter if you dropped the gun or not. It's physically... There's nothing safer than a bullet in a chamber where the firing pin is absent. You know, it's essentially... Yes, the gun is loaded, technically, and you think, oh, that's not safe, that's dangerous. But if you actually think about the details of it, the chamber and the breech is actually protecting the round from being set off. And if the firing pin isn't there, if it's rotated out of the way, or if it's blocked off by a safety or whatever, it's pretty much protected in all directions, you know, from actually being set off. So it is safe, and a lot of people don't realize that. They don't come to terms with that. Like, I'm talking about even people who carry firearms in the US, people who handle them every day, they still get nervous when a gun has a safety engaged or something like that, simply because they don't have a fundamental understanding of how it works. They think, oh, there's a round in the chamber, I have to be careful, I have to be delicate, I have to, you know, make sure that I don't, you know, fire this unintentionally. But in reality, there's a lot of the time nothing more safe than a round in the chamber if it has a safety like that. Anyway, these came around before the Glock 17, and not by an insignificant margin. These came around like I think almost 10 years before the Glock came out. This was the first polymer frame 9mm handgun. They call them Wonder Nines because it's like Wonder Bread, you know, like, or maybe you don't know, but it's something everyone can like appreciate, everyone can use, everyone can shoot relatively effectively. 9mm, specifically 9x19. There are more than one 9mm caliber cartridges out there. But 9x19 is very controllable. It's very affordable because it's very controllable. It has enough lethality to protect you from most things, but at the same time it doesn't produce so much recoil that you know, like women or smaller statured people, or even like youth, like you have a kid who's like 16, 17 growing up and wants to get into shooting, even they'll be able to control it without, you know, getting hurt or being ineffective with it when it comes to like firing quickly in succession and stuff like that. But it also has this, the way that you release the magazine is right at the bottom. It's right, you can see the magazine sticking out, the floor plate. It's that little ledge that's just below the grip, where it says Matilda at the bottom. And then it has that serrated part. Serrated just means it's textured, specifically with like teeth. It's like got a teeth-like texturing. Right at the bottom, next to the magazine, you pull that back to release it, to take the old magazine, the empty one out, and then you put in a new one. And that's okay. It's not really great for handguns. Most handguns have a button release where, like on this one, you see that that rectangle with the screw in it just to the right of the trigger. You would press that button in towards the frame. You see how there's a little gap for it to actually be pushed in underneath it. You would push that, and then the magazine would drop freely out the bottom. And then, if for some reason there was like dirt or something that prevented it from dropping freely, you could pull it out. But you're able to hit that button with your thumb, and so it's faster than releases like this. This is called a heel release because it's at the heel of the, like, where your hand is. They're a little bit slower. I don't mind them a whole lot, but if I had any firearms with it, I would always modify it, because the way that they are usually is not designed for fast reloads. It's really designed for, like, saving money, because buttons with springs and stuff like that have additional... That's an additional part, or 2 parts, or 3 parts that you have to make. And, you have to drill that hole, you know, for the button to fit into the frame. Whereas these heel releases, they use the mainspring, which is the same spring that, is used to activate the firing pin. So... They use the other end of that mainspring. So they save a lot of parts. They don't need any holes to be drilled out. They don't need any additional buttons or anything like that. And it's not a part itself. It is literally the end of the spring that is bent in an L shape at the bottom, and then it's given that texture. So it greatly simplifies the manufacturing process and saves a decent amount of money. But because of the speed aspects, it's really not preferable. Being able to drop the now empty magazine and pull a new one with your supporting hand at the same time is very very nice and very potentially beneficial. At least in terms of speed and stuff like that. I think if it didn't have that heel release, and if it didn't have the trigger, mainly the trigger, it might have been able to sell without altering any of the rest of it. If it just had a nicer trigger. But if I had to redesign this gun myself, I would definitely first change the trigger. Second, I would get rid of that heal magazine release. I would make it something else. At this point, the magazines are already out there, so I would want it to be compatible with the old magazines. But at the same time, I would like it to have a better means of reloading. So I would probably have like a lever that you could actuate with your thumb to push, and then it would still work. It's hard to explain stuff like that just with words when no diagrams or anything, but there's ways to adapt a heal release to be actuated with your thumb from the firing hand. This one has a button release as well. You see it's kind of like fenced in by the grip, by the rest of the frame. It's surrounded by surface in the material that's higher than it. That way it doesn't get pressed accidentally. I think that's alright. I wish the fencing was actually on the other side though. They always make it on this side, which is actually where you want your thumb to be, you know, like you want that side to be accessible, because if you have smaller hands, you don't want to have to reach around the fencing, you know. It's requires longer thumbs to reach around. I wish they would put the raised up material on the trigger guard where it's actually cut out into like slight curved lines there, you can see. There's two very slightly curved lines. One's almost vertical at the back of the trigger guard, which is the loop that's going around where the trigger is. And then the other one's almost horizontal, and it's right below the trigger guard, right above where your middle finger would be on the grip. I wish that bit was higher, and then they would like remove material like towards where your thumb would be. Your thumb would be on that indentation on the right side, or close to it. That little swoop, scalloped cut out. I don't know how mechanically inclined you are. I presume not very much, because you mainly know languages and other things. There's a lot of ways to describe it. I'm using as many words as possible. But I wish the raised up portion was facing away, you know? Facing the front side of the gun over here instead of facing the back side over here. It would be a lot more friendly to people with smaller hands. This one doesn't have a button release or a heel release. It has the release, and it's supposed to be thumb actuated as well, even though I can never reach them. But it has the release in the same spot, but it's actually a lever. That whole paddle that's right beneath the trigger guard that you can see right there, that whole thing is a lever. And that's why it's textured on this top part. You see the serrations. There's 3 little steps cut out into the top, and then on the other side. So it's accessible from both sides. So if you were left-handed, you could still operate this for the most part. and then you would push down on that pedal, and then that would eject out the magazine. I don't really like those. They're okay, but to be honest, I really dislike them because every time I every time I try use them, first of all, my thumbs are not long enough to release the magazine without shifting my grip from like where I would usually be holding it to fire, which isn't a huge deal. That's pretty like it's just a reality that you have to accept. If you're firing a gun that isn't accustomed to your hand shape, you gotta shift your grip after you finish shooting to reload. But more specifically, I always get pinched by the paddle release because it moves down towards your fingers instead of up, which I think is a huge oversight, and I understand it's not super intuitive to have a paddle that goes up, but I don't know. I think that it could have been just done in a different way. There's a little tiny gap that I'm gonna line up right here. It's lined up right now. Right above where your middle finger would be. Holding the frame. So your index is on the trigger, middle finger is next down right below that, and then ring fingers in those finger grooves below that one, and then pinky is on the bottom, right by the bottom of the magazine. Where your middle finger is, there's a little tiny, there's like a little gap, a little tiny square groove that you can see. I can't really show it any better on this because it doesn't let me zoom in further. But you can see the gap right here as well. Here is lengthwise. And then here you can see one of the surfaces on it. You can see the gap right there as well. But essentially, if you push that paddle down and you're holding it tightly, it can pinch you, which is like really annoying. It won't like, it probably won't like hurt you greatly. It's like an annoying thing. If you shoot with gloves, which is what these specific handguns were designed to, they were really designed for like soldiers and other military to use. If you're shooting with gloves, it's not a big deal because the glove is never gonna allow your skin to go into that gap. The glove itself might go into the gap, which could then cause more resistance when you're trying to push the paddle down and you're running into the fabric of the glove, but that would be pretty minor. But when shooting without gloves, it's not super duper pleasant, and you should always shoot with gloves on when you have the option, but you don't want to design your guns to be shot with gloves, because then what happens if there's a situation and you don't have time to put gloves on, you know? Like, not everyone has gloves on when they're attacked or when they need to use lethal force. If you want to look any of them up, I believe this one specifically is... Hold on, actually let me try and be more certain. Like I said earlier, it's an XD. That's the model name. Literally the word, like the letters X and D next to each other. Why they call it that, I have no idea, but specifically, it's made by a company called Springfield Armory. They're not known for fantastic firearms. They actually have a little bit of a history with quality control issues. Which means that some of their firearms work decently and some of them have problems due to manufacturing tolerances. Not the tolerances that I said earlier with the mechanical, like how precise the locking mechanism is in regards to creating good grouping when shooting, but the manufacturing tolerances are like, it's the same concept with tolerances, but it's in regards to when they actually make the parts for it. Because as you cut metal, whatever you're using to cut, unless it's like a water jet, like a high pressure water or something, which has its own slew of issues. But when you're cutting the metal, like say you're drilling a hole through a piece of metal so that you can fit a pin in it for something. You can only drill so many holes before your drill bit becomes very blunt. It's not sharpened anymore. And eventually, you know, after hundreds or thousands of holes that you drill, that hole will either become rougher, as in it won't be so smooth, which may lead to you having to redesign the pin that you're planning to fit through it, because, you know, like, the pin may not fit snugly, and if it rattles around, then the pin itself will need another pin to hold it in place to keep it from just simply falling out to the left or right side. And so every so often you need to change your bits out, like drill bits, anything else, anything that you're using to cut metal, and even cut other things as well. They'll eventually get blunt, and maybe you sharpen them or whatever. Probably not. They probably just take them and throw them away. But you have to take them out regardless of what you're gonna do with them, replacement or renewal. And if you take them out too early, you'll have a higher cost because you'll be running through drill bits more frequently when you don't need to, which will lead to better consistency over your product, but maybe you can't afford to replace the drill bits that often, so then you have to wait longer. But if you wait too long, then again the holes that you're actually drilling will be not very accurate, not very clean, and So when people receive the product finally, maybe they receive it and it doesn't work properly, or it falls apart, or it is fine at first, but they take it apart to clean it and they can't put it back together because, you know, like it was just barely hanging on to begin with, and when they took it apart, the rough manufacturing process didn't allow for it to be put back together. So it's something to consider. Anyway, they have some quality control issues, but it's made by a company called Springfield Armory. I believe this one specifically would be the XD. It might be called the XDS for service. If you search SAXD, it probably comes up. Maybe not. If you search Springfield Armory XD, then it probably would come up, like for sure, unless there's some other reason for it not coming up. When I search it, it does. I don't know if certain countries limit their search results. I mean, I know for a fact that certain countries do, but I don't know if ones that are relevant in this conversation do. This one that I'm looking at right here is in 40 Smith & Wesson. It's not a bad handgun caliber. It's decent. I wouldn't personally buy any gun for myself in 40 Smith & Wesson, but it's not an ineffective caliber. This one that I'm looking at, it's going for $510, and it comes with a 10-round magazine, and it looks pretty much the same as the one that Ada uses. This one actually has a stainless steel slide, but it is also, I think, it might be one generation ahead of this one, but like it's pretty close to the same one. It's pretty close. So it comes with a 10-round magazine, and then in game, this one held 9 by default before any upgrades. And then you could have one in the chamber, so you'd get 10. I'm pretty sure, at least. I'm pretty sure it was 9, and then you get +1. So it seems convincing. It was popular around the time that the game came out. Not super popular, but like fairly popular. So it would make sense. 40 Smith & Wesson was also fairly popular at the time the game came out as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if it was intended to copy that exact model that I just looked at in 40 Smith & Wesson. I take it back. It's not the XDS. It should just be the Springfield Armory XD. You'll have to sift through the newer generations of them, but that's what it would be. This one, I believe, is the VP70. It stands for Volks Pistol, and then I believe it came out in 1970. I'll fact check myself here in a sec, but I'm pretty sure it might be VP80 or something. I'm pretty sure it's not though. I'm pretty like 99% sure it's the VP70. Let me check here. It is. And why not? We'll look and see if it came out in 1970. The designation 70 was for the first year of production, 1970. So I was right. They are considerably more rare than the other one I was talking about, Ada's handgun of choice. I would like one eventually, someday. I'd like to get one and customize it, personalize it. See if I can make it as good as I visualize it to be. It would be a lot of work, but it's not impossible. I think I could do it. I think I have enough mechanical knowledge to redesign it, essentially. I'm not making it from scratch. I'm taking an existing gun and just heavily modifying it. That's a lot more doable, a lot more feasible than straight up making, like, design and everything. Like, when you 3D print something, you don't make the designs for it. You steal the files from someone else who's already designed it. And then you buy the metallic components, like the slide and the barrel and whatnot. You don't have to actually design it yourself. This one is a P226 made by Sig Sauer. It's another German company. These are actually all German except for this one. This one is Croatian, which is on the eastern side of Europe. It's kind of near, I think it was part of the Soviet Union, when the Soviet Union was a thing before it broke off into the Russian Federation and Ukraine and the other countries that came from it, Belarus and other Slavic nations. It may not be that far east. It might be like close to, but not quite that far east. But it's out there. It's in Eastern Germany, or not Eastern Germany. What the fuck, Eastern Europe. These other three pistols are all German in origin. This one is the H&K USP. Stands for Universal Service Pistol. They tried to get it widely adopted, and a lot of places did adopt it. Even the US adopted it in some number, but not a lot, because it was rather expensive, and the company marks their merchandise up a lot on top of that, which is really annoying. I don't like H&K very much at all, because they really... I hate to, like... I don't know. They're really greedy, and I hate to use that as like some sort of insult for a company, but there definitely is a line to be drawn between having profits and like maximizing profits at the expense of the consumers. They sell the same shit everyone else does, essentially. Yeah, it's got differences. Yeah, it's got better quality, but they sell guns like this for like $1,000. If you wanted to buy a polymer frame handgun in 9x19 that holds the same amount of rounds, that probably has almost the same lifespan, maybe not quite, but like a lifespan that would outlast the operator, the consumer, the shooter. Something that you could hand down to your kids. Like, if you wanted something like that, and the same reliability, and everything else, the differences being very minimal, you could have that for about $300. Not even a third. Not even a third of what they charge for this handgun. And I'm pulling $1,000 out of my ass right now. I don't know what the actual prices are, but I will look them up just for you. HK USP 9mm, because there is one that's in 45 ACP and other calibers. There's one in 40 Smith & Wesson that I mentioned earlier as well. They won't even show me the price on one of the websites that I use. Due to the manufacturer's pricing policy, you must add this item to your cart to see our price. Huh, that's interesting. Let me use a different one. HK USP 9. Alright, I'm looking at the 45 ACP version that I mentioned. So it's not the exact same gun as this, but it's comparable. It's being sold for $1,119. That's $1,119, and that's discounted. It says the original price was $1,300, so $1,319, and that's not for the exact one here with the stainless steel slide. So I imagine that that would be more expensive. Oh, here we go. This one is in 9mm. It's not in 45 ACP. This one is almost the exact same. It just doesn't have the compensator at the front near the muzzle. You see this? You see how the barrel is inside there, and it's not stainless steel. It's dark black. But this the front portion of the slide, where the front sight is, and where those cutouts in the metal are, you see how it's separated from the rest of the slide? The rest of the top portion of the gun, the metallic part. This front portion on its own is a detachable part. It's called a compensator. It vents gases from the bullet being fired upwards, so that when the recoil makes the gun rise, the gases coming out of the ports acts like a little jet thrust, and it propels the gun down so that you stay back on target. This one that I'm looking at doesn't have that, but it has everything else. Everything else is exactly the same. It's in 9mm. It has the same 5.2-inch barrel. It doesn't come with the... It doesn't come with the full magazine capacity. It comes with the stupid, limited, California compliant style 10-round magazine. But you could buy magazines afterwards. I'm not gonna include that in the... It doesn't make it a different model. You could easily put magazines in one gun from either. Like, it doesn't change anything, mechanically speaking. But everything else is the same. Doesn't have stainless steel, doesn't have the compensator. Everything else is the same. It's being sold for $1,489. $1,489. And it's again, it's discounted. This one was originally being listed as $1,696. So that's $1,696. That's almost $1,700 for a handgun in 9x19 that you could print with a 3D printer for less than $300. That's almost 5 times the cost, almost 6 times the cost. And if we give ourselves a more generous estimate in your 3D printing capabilities, let's pretend you already own the 3D printer. Let's pretend you print it for like $200. It's almost 9 times more expensive. When it doesn't have any more power, doesn't have any more capacity, doesn't do anything special. It's just a little bit beefier, has a little bit more heft to it. Maybe it'll last 200 years when we're all dead or something. Maybe it's a little bit more accurate, even though I doubt that. And I doubt that you would even notice the difference without training for hundreds of hours on handguns, because the skill ceiling for handguns is incredibly high. The difference between a novice shooter firing a handgun and an expert, a master shooter firing a handgun is miles apart. So I doubt you'd even notice any differences in accuracy until you really train. Anyway, I don't like them because of that. This one is also an expensive handgun, and it's not justifiably expensive. Not every gun, but like almost every gun has like a strong suit, something that it's meant to bring to the market that other guns don't do, or don't have, or whatever. Usually there's more than one like aspect of it that's unique or better. Usually it's trying to be better. Hopefully it's better. One of the aspects of this one was actually that it could be made at a cheaper cost for Sig Sauer, the manufacturer that I was talking about. One of the like advantages was that it could be made for cheaper than comparable handguns. I'm trying to align the sights, but it's very hard. It's close, sort of. Not close that much, but like one of the advantages was that it could be made in a less expensive way, and yet they still sold them for about $1,000 each. Now, this gun is not the same as the HK in a lot of reasons. First of all, 1,000 is a huge difference from 1,700. 1,700 is much closer to 2,000. Second of all, the frame of this one is actually not polymer. This is actually a metal frame, so it's not like something that you could build with a 3D printer, you know? It's not like something that you could just create yourself with ease. And it still has that pin. You see the pin right there where it's cut out? Has the same design where this is a lever. It's serrated on the top. You rotate that from this side. This pin will then rotate where the flat portion that you see is facing up, and then you can take the slide off and disassemble it. But anyway, so it's a more affordable handgun that's giving you more quality in the sense that it's not like a polymer frame thing that you could just like make yourself. So this one is a lot more justifiable. I like the Resident Evil specific stuff on it as well. Peace through fighting. I like the sights on it. They're not my favorite sights, but they're more interesting than this. This is what you typically see on handguns, just the 3-dot. You line up the 3 dots pretty much, and you're good to, you know, fire if you're on target, assuming you're on target. It's not like a horrible system, but I don't prefer it to other sites. Even these I like better, even though they're not like how the actual one is. I do like those better. These ones have the same 3-dot thing that I was talking about, where you line up the 3 dots and then you're approximately on target, you know? Like, this is perfect, pretty much. And then if it looks a little bit more like this or this, then you're still probably gonna hit them. If it looks like this, you'll hit them just a little bit low. But you're not gonna miss. It's an okay system. I have my preferences, but aiming is a whole lengthy topic that it would take me a while to explain. Shotguns typically don't have complicated sights because they already have a spread. That's not to say that they don't need to be aimed. They do. There's a lot of myth out there that you can just point a shotgun down a hallway and you'll hit whoever's down there. That's not the case. It's not even remotely true. They do have a spread, but the spread is considerably tighter than most people think. Majority of the time. On shotguns with shorter barrels, the spread will be much more drastic because the spread has to do with how long the barrel is. They have a relationship with each other. Oddly, this one has 2 rear sights. That's not technically possible. It just has the style that you would find on a rear sight. One is always in front of the other, so you can't have 2 rear sights, literally. One is always going to assume the position of front sight, and one's going to be the rear sight, but they're both in the style that a rear sight would be, where it has a notch cut out instead of one having a post, which is odd. We could actually maybe line this one up, sort of, roughly. Unfortunately, even though I would love to, I cannot get you this weapon of Ada's choice because it's fully automatic and it was made after 1986. So they're illegal arbitrarily. It's the same thing that I said with where is it? What the fuck? Where is his let me see here. It's the same thing I said with this one. I don't know if you remember it way back, but I said that it's a very old handgun. It's a World War II handgun, and if you had one from World War II, like a heirloom from your grandpa or something, fought in World War II, took this back as a trophy of war or something like that, then it would be fine, it would be legal. If you bought one that was an original, it would be fine, it would be legal. But if you had a modern production one, a reproduction, a modern replica, a firing replica, everything is the same except it was made in 2023 instead of 1945 or whatever, 1944, 1943, somewhere around there. That would be illegal. So the laws don't really make sense. They don't make sense for a slew of reasons, but that's just one of the big outstanding ones. But similarly, this is not an old gun. It's not from the 1940s, but it has a similar... The reason it's illegal is similar to that one, where after 1986, they banned fully automatic weapons, so anything that fires more than once with one pull of the trigger is fully automatic. Besides volley guns. Volley guns are separate topic. I'm not gonna explain what they are right now. But if it fires like 3-round burst or if it fires until you let go of the trigger, it's considered fully automatic. If it fires 3 rounds, then it's obviously a 3-round burst, but it's still considered a machine gun. Even though it's not fully automatic, it is a subset of machine gun. And the reason you'll see here that it's complete nonsense is that they decided that ones after 1986, they decided in 1986 that they would ban fully automatic firearms. Now they had a grandfather clause where if you already owned one and it was registered, or not, and it was registered, what you could do is, if you already owned one, if you already owned a machine gun, you could register it for a period in 1986. and if you registered it, you could keep it, and if you didn't register it, you would go to jail for at least 10 years and pay a $20,000 fine, even though you lawfully possessed it previous to this legislation. So it sounds like a threat to me. Anyway, the point is that essentially what that did was what it aimed to do was it aimed to ban newer, more deadly machine guns. Oh, they're so effective. They're scary. They're weapons of war. Blah blah blah. They're lighter weight. They're more accurate, even though that isn't really a cause for any sort of ban, obviously. They're also less dangerous and less likely to have a runaway malfunction. With machine guns, specifically old machine guns, they can sometimes run away on you, which is where you're not pulling the trigger and not intending to fire, but the gun is firing on its own until the ammunition is depleted. It's a very rare occurrence. It's usually induced by the user from lack of maintenance or parts breakage. But newer machine guns have safeties integrated into them to where they won't run away like that. So if anything, we should ban the old ones and mandate that people have new machine guns because they're safer. They're less likely to go off unintentionally. But anyway, they decided in their infinite wisdom to ban machine guns after 1986. So if you had a machine gun that was invented in 1985, that would be legal. But whatever the cutting edge technology was, and I guarantee you nothing changed between 1985 and 1986. It's like the same thing with like claiming that like someone is like completely different when they turn 18. You know, they're suddenly an adult. Now that's not to say that there shouldn't be laws regarding children, you know, differently to adults. But what I'm saying is that, you know, if someone wants to do something, waiting until they're 18 doesn't do anything. You know, it doesn't prevent them. If someone is dead set on doing something, you know, like nothing magic happens when they suddenly turn 18, and it's, you know, like if someone was, if you're like dealing with like a depressed kid, you know, and you say, oh, you have to be 18 to buy a firearm. So this depressed kid is not in risk of shooting himself because we made it illegal. So it's, even though it's possible for him to still get his hands on a gun, it's harder in our opinion because it's illegal and no one's gonna sell it to him. Well, when that kid turns 18, he's still gonna be depressed. And nothing is gonna change, nothing is gonna, you know, like, he's not just gonna suddenly become a reasonable man and say, oh, suicide isn't the right answer, I shouldn't kill myself, I should think things through, I should be good, I should seek another solution. Nothing magic is gonna change on his 18th birthday. He's just gonna have his birthday, he's gonna go to a gun shop, he's gonna buy his gun, and he's gonna kill himself. Similarly, nothing is special about 1986. There was not really any major technological advances I'm aware of. I don't. In fact, more specifically, I would be willing to bet that there were no significant technological advances between the year 1985 and 1986. So, even more specific, like, if you wanna, like, cause it's not even just as broad as year. Like, if you wanted to, a gun that was registered in 1985 on December 31st would be legal. But a gun that was made on January 1st of 1986, literally 24, we could cut it down even further. If it was manufactured, if it was serialized and registered at 11:59 p.m., like 23:59 in 1985, it would be legal. But if it was registered at 00 at midnight on January 1st, 1986, then it would be illegal. That's how stupid it is. That's the make-believe difference that their stupid legislation enacted. It's honestly, it's abysmal that such things even have ever become reality in mankind's history. But anyway, long story short, I cannot get you this one. There are semi-automatic ones available. Semi-automatic means it is self-loading, but it's not fully automatic in the sense that it's not a machine gun. It will rechamber a round from the magazine once you fire it, but it will not fire that round while you still have the trigger held in. You have to release the trigger and then pull it again to fire. That is semi-automatic, also known as self-loading, auto-loading, but auto-loading and self-loading also encompass fully automatic machine guns, 3-round burst, etc. They're terms that overlap but are not. It's like how, a square is a rectangle, but not all rectangles are squares. Anyway, there are semi-automatic legal versions available. Those are very few and far in between. They are also probably very expensive. If you want to look this one up, it is called the Steyr TMP. That is Steyr as in S-T-E-Y-R. It's an Austrian company, very close to Germany. I don't think that has any relevance to Resident Evil, the fact that many of these are German or Austrian or near the area. I don't think that has anything to do with. I don't think it's on purpose. This is also a German gun, made by the same company that makes this one. But I'll talk about that one in a second. There are legal ones available. They're probably incredibly expensive. They're probably incredibly hard to get. I can look it up right now. I highly doubt anything is gonna. Yeah, nothing came up on the first search. It was bought by another company though. The design for it is bought by a company called Brugger and Thomet, or I guess it's Thomet, because the H would be silent. They're like a Swedish company or something. They're North Europe. I'm pretty sure they're Swedish. No. They're Swiss. I'm sorry. They're not Swedish. They're Swiss. Let me try and look this up. B&T TP9. That's what they called the design under their production. Under the original, under Steyr, it was called the TMP, which was standard for something machine pistol, because it's... I'll explain nomenclature another time. It's another complicated one. I'm looking for it. It's not giving me a price. Hold on. What's another... They're rare. They're fucking not easy to... No, fuck off. I don't want to subscribe to your email list. B&T TP9. Alright, here we go. $2,014. That's for the semi-auto only civilian legal version. And that doesn't have the stock right here that you can put on your shoulder or anything. That's just the pistol. It doesn't have this foregrip for your supporting hand to hold. It's literally just the neutered version because the authoritarian state has decided that the regular one is too scary, too dangerous, not necessary for common peasants to own. But yeah, that's $2,000. If you want one really badly, we can save up. I don't mind, but I would prefer other things. I'd rather you get an original somehow eventually. I'm pretty sure that they were made after 1986, but you never know. We could do some legislative work together and maybe see some new laws get rolled out. This one is my favorite out of the ones featured here, I think. Obviously I told you I like this one, and I told you this one is very similar to the one that I have on me right now, which was my first handgun. It's not exactly the same, but it has a lot of parts that are the same. So much so where I could use the same magazines as Leon. If he was real, we could share magazines, which means that if he ran out of ammo, if I ran out of ammo, I can't speak. If I ran out of ammo, I could use his magazines. he wouldn't be able to use my magazines, unfortunately, because they are not exactly swappable like that. I don't think. Actually, he might be able to. He might be able to actually use my magazines too. I haven't tried it, but they might be close enough. This one is also an expensive handgun. It is $1,000, and it is again polymer. This is the kind of thing that you could print, but it does have some interesting things about it. For one, it has the slide that you're looking at is actually fully enclosed in polymer. This outside bit that you're looking at, on the top, the slide, I know I haven't said before, but the slide is the part that goes back and forth when you fire. It encapsulates the barrel usually. This one doesn't have a slide because the barrel is just out, exposed. It has a breech block right there. This one has a slide. I'm pretty sure all of these do. I don't think there's any other. There are just the handguns, the shotguns and stuff don't. They don't have slides and stuff like that. But these all have slides. All these handguns. Revolvers do not have slides either. They don't need them. They revolve the cylinder instead of reciprocating a slide backwards and forwards. This is, by the way, one of my favorite handguns as well. This revolver. We can talk about that one later, though. This one is unique in the ammo that it uses. It does not fire 9x19. It fires a caliber called 57x28. So just by the nomenclature, if you remember what I told you, you can tell that the projectile is smaller, 5.7 versus 9. 5.7 is in 5.7. It's about 2/3 the diameter of 9x19, as you can tell by the name. And then the case length is 28 instead of 19, so it's 9mm longer in case, and it's a smaller bullet, which means that it's going faster, has less mass, and it has higher case volume that allows for more powder behind it. And that allows it to have really good penetrating abilities, at least as far as like body armor. Barrier penetration is a slightly different matter. Barrier penetration, like shooting through walls or objects, surfaces, materials, debris, that kind of thing is a little bit different from shooting through body armor. But I like this one a lot. It's not as expensive as this one. It's about on par with this one, but you are getting more. You're getting less in the sense that it's a polymer frame, and again, you could 3D print it, but you're getting like, at least increased abilities in other manners. Now, this is not the only gun that's chambered in 5.7 by 28. There are actually many now, a lot of which actually came out within the last 3 years, specifically last year and the year before it, I would say. Maybe the last 4 years, but I'm pretty sure it's even less than that. But it's become very popular. Not as popular as other things, but it's blowing up in popularity, and for good reason. 5.7 is a good handgun caliber, not just for its body armor penetration, but just in general. It has a good amount of power to it, and it has other benefits as well. Because it's a smaller bullet traveling faster, it actually produces less felt recoil. If you imagine, I guess it's hard to put into context recoil without having felt any recoil ever. So I'll have to explain that a different time, but heavier projectiles produce more recoil even when they have slower burning powders and stuff like that. Generally speaking, they produce more recoil. Now, caliber is not the only thing that affects recoil. There are other things like the locking mechanism that we talked about, and things like just general attributes of the gun, like how heavy the actual firearm is, will contribute to how stout the recoil is. If you imagined like a bullet going off in your hand, it would tear through your hand, you know? So, if you fired a gun with like literally no mass, like it weighed like a feather, you know, it weighed like 0.01 kilograms, it would be the same recoil impulse as like being shot in the hand, essentially, without like, it wouldn't be exactly the same because there's momentum involved, and your hand is accelerating. It's accelerating in a different manner than just being instantly hit by a projectile. But it would be very painful and likely permanently damaging, or at least damaging to the requirement of like reconstruction. In the opposite sense, it may be easier to visualize this, but if you had a cannon, like if you had like a huge heavy firearm that was chambered in a very small bullet, like one of these that the handguns fired, but let's say it weighed like 20 kilograms. It's not gonna push you back that much because the actual mass of the weapon is counteracting that recoil force. It's easier to explain maybe in other ways, but anyway, 5.7 has a lot of good attributes besides its body armor penetration. It also has other ones that I'm not gonna get into, relating to the mechanics of it. But low recoil, high capacity, armor penetrating capabilities, and good power. it's hard to argue with that. I would totally, if I had one, I would totally use it. But the fact that they're so old and they're not even legal makes these pretty much redundant. I mean, they have a nice aesthetic to them. They have an old but classy look, and they don't even have bad ergonomics. There are models of these that held more. They had detachable box magazines that would stick out the bottom. Right in front of the trigger is where the magazine is. It has an internal one. You feed the rounds through the top there. I don't know if you remembered for the main story Leon playthrough. I don't even know if I used the Red 9 that much in that one. I think I didn't, to be honest. But the magazine's right there. It's inside. It's a internal part of the gun. It doesn't have a detachable magazine like the Steyr TMP does, where it's that tiny box inside the grip that can come out, be loaded, then inserted. Doesn't have a detachable magazine like this Tommy gun. This round drum right here holds the ammunition. You can actually see yellow brass at the very top, right where it meets the receiver. The receiver is the part of the firearm. It's essentially like the frame. It's not the barrel or chamber. It's right before the barrel and chamber. It's where the bolt is, where the breech is. The receiver is what receives the ammunition. The bolt reciprocates in it. It's where you load the ammunition into via the magazine before the individual rounds get loaded into the chamber. So if I had an original, I would totally, I'd keep it and I'd use it. I'd enjoy it, but the fact that they're old and you can't really do anything with them makes it a novelty choice more than anything else. The practical matter is depleted by legality. The ones with the extended magazines that can detach are quite nice though, because you could essentially make them very comparable to this one. It won't be the same in terms of like everything. Like this is gonna be lighter weight. It's gonna be probably more controllable. I mean, not probably. It's going to be more controllable. It's gonna probably be more accurate. It's gonna hold more. It's gonna be more modular with modern accessories. But if you had one with the detachable magazine, they hold up to like 20 rounds, and it is 9x19. That's what the Red 9 name and the Red 9 on the grip signifies. They used to be chambered for a cartridge called 7.65 Mauser, which is a complicated cartridge based on a different one that predates it. I think it was 763 Borchardt or something like that. Not that you need to know all of those. You can memory dump that. I'm probably overloading you with too much information. But they were rechambered to fire 9x19, 9mm Luger. So this would have the same power as this one, and this one, and this one. And it would have a 20-round detachable magazine, which is superior to this one, and superior to even this one. This one's an 18-round magazine. This one has the extended magazine that goes beyond the grip. It looks like it would hold like 25 or something. It might just be like 23, but still more than 20, and more than enough to do what you need to do, generally speaking. But obviously you're not going to be able to mount any modern optics to this, but having a 20-round detachable magazine, maybe several of them, having that shoulder stock, having a short barrel, and a controllable caliber, it would be usable if they weren't illegal. Mind you, specifically the piece that makes this illegal is the shoulder stock. That piece of wood, it's literally just a piece of wood with a metal bracket on it that lets it connect. That is what makes this illegal. You are allowed to own the obviously the entire thing if it's a original, like I was saying earlier, but you could own a reproduction, a modern replica, a firing replica of it, as long as you don't have that wooden stock attached. It would be legal without any paperwork involved. You could just buy it as long as you're 21. And that is more of the evidence. You're thinking right now, what the fuck, KO? That's absurd. You're saying that a piece of wood with a metal bracket on it makes this illegal? Yes, that is what I'm saying. And it's not an overgeneralization. It's not a weird phenomena that I'm like leaving out details that make it like logical. It is literally what you are thinking. It is absurd. The shoulder stock here, it allows you to brace the handgun against your shoulder as if it was a rifle, which in turn lets you control the recoil, and it lets you get a more precise grouping when you're firing. But it has nothing to do with the mechanical functions of the gun itself. It's still chambered in the same caliber, it still has the same barrel length, so it's not like you're making the gun more powerful. And you're not literally making it more accurate, you're just making it more easy to be accurate with. And you're also not making it full auto. There's no connection to the trigger at all. You're not making this into a machine gun. And yet, that is what makes it illegal. By extension, to justify that, you have to justify to yourself that shooting accurately, with ease, is illegal. I mean, that is, after all, what you're saying, if you decide that shoulder stocks should be contraband, right? You are essentially saying that people should not be able to control recoil, unless they are, you know, skilled in shooting handguns. They should be forced to be only able to shoot slowly and have to use their own arm strength to manage recoil. It's literally nonsense. For the same reason, this would also be illegal in this configuration. Now, it would also be illegal for other reasons, namely, the... My voice is wearing out, but it's okay. It sounds nicer when it's worn out anyway. Namely, the red numbers on that stock. The red 3 and the red 1 that I was talking about to the right, where that lever is. The stock in this case does have a mechanism that interfaces with the trigger. That's why it doesn't just connect on the bottom, it connects on the top as well. It does actually turn this into a machine gun, and by that it is also illegal. But if you had one and it was registered before 1984, which is of course came after 1970, which is when these were first sold, then you could own it as long as you did all the paperwork and you paid all the additional fees, and along with that you would also have to notify the state when you are moving it, as in you couldn't drive from one state to another without notifying the government. And of course, naturally, that makes us all safer, right? Just because someone gives the government notification just somehow makes everyone safer, and having paperwork makes us all safer, right? That stops everyone from being in danger, having paperwork and paying additional fees for that paperwork. That certainly must make everyone safer, right? Obviously, it's a bunch of horse shit, but the stock would make that illegal even if it didn't convert it into a machine gun. The same reason that this is the neutered one, or not this one is the neutered one, but the one that is selling for $2,000 that I told you about is the neutered one without the foregrip and without the stock. It has to be sold in that configuration because if it was sold with a shoulder stock and a foregrip, either one of them, not even just together, but either one of them on their own, would require paperwork, and it would require additional fees, and it would require people to have to notify the government whenever they move it across state lines, and nobody wants to do that. It takes about a year for that shit to process anyway, even if you are willing to be a subservient to the authoritarian regime, even if you're willing to go through all that paperwork and lick the boots of people who have no respect for you. It still takes about a year to go through, so you would buy it, the gun shop would hold it, you would fill out all the paperwork, you would fill out the fingerprints, you would fill out all the other shit, and then a year later, they would say, okay, you're approved, and then you finally get to actually possess, as in take home, the gun that you bought. Now, some shops have ranges attached to them. One of the gun shops here has a range attached to it. And if that was the case, they might let you shoot it at their range. You'll have to pay their extortionate fee for ammo. But they might let you shoot it while you're waiting for your paperwork to process. That's about the only silver lining there is. And the more you abide by their rules, the more you comply with them, the more restrictions that they will impose on you. Like, it doesn't... They don't say, "Oh, yeah, you're reasonable. He's following the rules. Give him, you know, give him benefit of the doubt." No, it doesn't work like that. It works the exact opposite way. In fact, they suspect you more. They suspect you of doing criminal activity more by having certain things. But anyway, I'll tell you all about legality and such later on. This one would also be illegal even if it was not full auto. Even if it was semi-auto, again, because it would be illegal specifically because of this stock that you see right here that I'm facing the camera with. If it didn't have that, which it is detachable, if you detached it, it would be legal. And if you possessed the stock separately, it would be legal to possess the stock and the rest of the firearm. But if you connected it without paperwork and without paying the fee to the government and without processing your fingerprints and all of that and waiting a year, then you would be committing a felony, a felony that carries with it a 10-year prison sentence, a $20,000 fine, and you would not be able to possess any other firearms after that. So it's a bunch of bullshit. Ironically, this one would also be illegal. Now, many of them, it's perhaps not ironic. I was gonna say something else, but this one would also be illegal for the same reason. It has the stock and the barrel is short. This one is legal because it has a long barrel, so even though it has a stock, the only illegal thing is when you combine a short barrel with a stock. It's called... That's where the term short-barreled shotgun and short-barreled rifle, SBR and SBS, come from. They are legal terms. I'm aware you're not familiar with them. It's an American thing. It's not even an American thing. It's a corrupt thing that came to America in the 1934 whatever crime act, I forget what it's called. It's the National Firearms Act of 1934. I'll tell you all about that shit at another time. This one would also be illegal. Now, you could actually have one of these and only pay a $5 fee. You would still have to do all of the other paperwork. You'd still have to get the fingerprinting, and you'd still have to wait a certain amount of time, and you would still have to notify authorities, in quotation marks, even though they have there's no basis for anyone to have any authority over you. But you know what I'm saying. You'd have to notify the government if you're crossing state lines. But the fee is significantly less. It's only $5 for something like this. For this, I don't even know, because these are not... This is a South African design, and imports have different laws. And this one actually got hit with a destructive device label which is it's typically a label that's only reserved for grenade launchers and stuff. It's obviously not a grenade launcher, it's a shotgun, but if you even got one, you'd have to pay that, which is another slew of shit to deal with. So this one, the fee is only $5, but if you were to have one of these, that it was a reproduction, as in it wasn't a original from 1940s, and you wanted to pay the fee to make it legal, to make it no longer illegal, the fee for this one is $200. Same with this one, it's also $200. Same with this one is also $200. Same with this one is also $200. The fee for this one is $5. So again, a instance of nonsense, because even if you believed the bullshit that they tried to perpetuate, even if you believed that someone was going to have this shotgun underneath their trench coat and shoot into a group of people like a mobster or something like that, even though that's not what mobsters did at all. Even if you believe that, the fee for this one is less. Do you really think that someone is gonna have this under their trench coat and shoot at people? Like, I mean, like, they could, but like, they're much more likely to choose something like a short-barreled shotgun, which this one could be. It depends on how it was made. This one could be the same fee. It could be the $200, but there's ways to get a only $5 fee. And it's not gonna make sense to you how to do that, even if I explain it to you, but just know that none of it makes sense. All of it is based off of just complete nonsense, like emotional reaction. Oh, this is scary, we should ban this. My friend died to this. We have to do him justice. We have to ban the firearm that killed him, even though it wasn't a firearm, it was a person that killed him using a firearm. This one would also be illegal, not just because it's fully automatic, but because it has a short barrel and a stock and a foregrip at the same time. This one is legal. The other ones are all legal. There's no problems with them. I was actually planning on explaining grenades. I don't think I should, though. I think that's just too much information for you right now. Actually, you know what? I wanted to uninstall this game because it takes up a lot of space, and I wanted the space for other games that we could play together. So bear with me. You don't have to fucking. You can skip this part or watch it at a different time. But I'm gonna explain grenades really quick. You see that hole above where the pin is? You see the pin. The pin has this ring attached to it. Put your finger through the ring. You pull the pin out. You see there's a hole that's right next to the pin. It is on the like 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock position compared to the pin, relative to the pin. That is the upper right you know, from where the pin is located. That little hole is where a secondary pin sits. Grenades have 2 pins. You pull the first one. The first one is a safety pin. It's for in the event that the primary pin fails, you don't want to accidentally blow up. So having 2 pins instead of 1 is a feasible solution to the problem. Now this one doesn't have the pin in there, that's why it's just a hole. But that is where the other pin would sit if it did have the secondary pin in it. Now, once you pull this pin, it doesn't just blow up, like, after a few seconds. It's still actually safe until you release this tab. This long tab right here, this metallic piece that goes down the length of the grenade, right here. And it has a hinge on this side. I can't zoom in any further. I totally would if I could, but I can't. It doesn't let me. That metal part, this tab right here, is called the spoon. And the spoon has a hinge right here, and it will fly off. It's under spring tension. It's holding a plunger. And that plunger is essentially the same as the firing pin on a firearm. Once that plunger is released, that's when the fuse starts. Just like once the firing pin is released, that's when the round goes off. So you pull the pin, and then usually you don't release the spoon. The spoon will again, it's under spring tension. So once you throw it, the removal of your hand squeezing it together will start the fuse. Now you can cook the grenade, which means to burn off some of the fuse timer preemptively before throwing it, in the event that you think someone is going to throw it back at you. But I don't want you to ever cook a grenade unless I specifically tell you to, in which I will probably cook it and throw it myself. Fuse times can vary a little bit. They won't vary a large amount because that would be a huge safety hazard. I would not cook it for more than 1 second. Because the grenade has to get there. It has to actually, travel through the air. It doesn't just teleport. And that's gonna take a second of the fuse. And these grenades only have a 4-second fuse to begin with. Some grenades have a 5-second fuse, but those are very infrequent, and unless you know specifically that your grenade 100% has a 5-second fuse, I would not guarantee or even anticipate having any more than a 3-second fuse, because a 4-second fuse is really a 3-second fuse. If you think about potential mishaps, maybe you're trying to throw it in one area, but something happens and you have to throw it in a different area, spontaneously. You seriously do not want a grenade in your hand with less than 3 seconds of fuse remaining. Like 3 seconds of actual fuse. So I would not recommend cooking them for any more than 1 second. And when you cook them, you have to know how to cook them, because you don't want to just let the spoon fly off like willy-nilly, because you don't want to drop the grenade on yourself. Because it's spring loaded, and it's a strong spring because it has to set off a fuse inside of it. So if you just loosen your grip, it will try to escape. It will push away from your hand and try to escape your hand under the spring tension. You don't want to just let it slip out of your hand. Your hand that may be bloody, may be muddy, may be dirty, may be gloved. You don't want to just... You want to have a firm-ass grip on that. You let the spoon go, and then immediately throw it. Immediately throw it if you're not gonna just throw it with the spoon on it and let the spoon release midair. But, grenades require paperwork and stuff like that. Anyway, you'll probably not have to use them unless something happens. And in that case, they wouldn't really require paperwork at that point, would they? This is Ada's knife that I showed you already. You can see how thick it is. I'm not just going through everything a second time, but I wanted to specifically show how thick it is. Now, Ada's knife doesn't have very good durability, but Leon's knife, ironically, has pretty decent durability, and look how thick it is. It's actually very thin. It's like half of the thickness, almost. And this is Leon's knife from Resident Evil 2. It's actually a bayonet. I think I've said this before, that the barrel goes through that ring, and then another secondary piece goes through that T-slot in the back of the pommel. The pommel is the end of the handle that is opposite the blade. It's thin because they're issued to everyone. They're meant to be not only a last resort, but meant to be produced by the millions. Even if they save half of a millimeter, if you produce it 1,000,000 times, it's half of 1,000,000 millimeters of steel. Oops, I didn't mean to go up there. This is Leon's original knife in Resident Evil 4. It is very much the mark of an era. The handle is just injection molded polymer. That is very early 2000s, 90s-esque. That is when injection molded polymer became prevalent. It was cutting edge in the 70s, and, you know, it became relatively common in the 80s, and then in the 90s everything was plastic, you know, Barbie, everything else. The handles on this one appear to be G10. It's a strange material of its own. I guess it's polymer derived or something. I don't know a whole lot about G10 and micarta, but the handle is essentially scales. It's panels that are screwed on, um, held together by the tension. Whereas on this one, it's simply molded around the blade. The blade has a portion that goes through the handle all the way to the back. It's called a tang. That's so that the handle doesn't simply snap off of the blade like if it was glued there or something, you know, which sounds silly, but many cheap knives are actually like glued together. There are also knives that have a half tang. I don't like those knives. I don't trust those knives. The handle is not actually useful if the tang does not go through it, because the additional leverage that you get from the handle protruding far away from the blade will be used against you if you have a tang that only goes halfway down, because you're using that leverage, you're applying force to it, and the tang doesn't go all the way through. So you're not actually applying it to the blade itself, but you're creating a fulcrum where the blade meets the handle halfway down it. And you're actually tearing the handle away from the blade and potentially setting up yourself to be cut. You know, like if the blade does break away from the handle, you might stab yourself in the hand or cut your fingers off. This is Krauser's knife. It's a nice knife. It's kind of 90s-esque. I wouldn't prefer it because it has a lot of metal exposed on the tang side. The sharp square edges would not be very comfortable to handle, like handle the verb, not like the noun, but it would not be very comfortable to use without gloves. You can see the square edges right there. If I had this knife, I would take a file and I would round them off. Or like sandpaper. Something just so that they're not all squarey and digging into your palm while you're trying to use it. The rubberized texture is also very 90s, early 2000s-esque. Not many knives are made like that anymore. I don't really recall any specifically, but rubber coating was, I don't know. It's not like an outdated concept. It makes a decent grip, one that won't slip when it's wet, but it's not necessarily a handle on its own without something else. I would rather have rubber over a proper handle. Like scales or like panels, those are better, much better options. This is my favorite revolver, I would say, of all time. It's hard to choose just one, but maybe not all time. It's my favorite current revolver. I don't know, all time up until now. It's called the Smith & Wesson X-Frame. X is for extra large. They have different frames for different calibers generally. Heavier frames or heavier calibers require heavier frames to contain them. They label their frames with letters. They're usually like J, K, M, something like that. They don't use letters at the beginning of the alphabet because they use those to signify some other stuff that they do. I don't really like the fact that I don't like the way that they name things because they have like a code book. I think it's like kind of just weird. I would prefer that they just name things in like a palatable manner for someone who potentially buys from different manufacturers and doesn't have time to learn all the intricacies of, oh, this letter means this letter means that. It's not like a huge thing, but it's just a minor thing. I don't think it's good for their marketing necessarily, but this one came out right around the time the game was released, actually. This one specifically, it's a revolver, but it only has 5 chambers. 5 chambers in the cylinder, as you can see. Most revolvers have 6, as you can see here. You see the 2 on the side, and then 1 is certainly on the bottom. You can see it through the gap. And then 1 is obviously in line with the barrel itself. On this one, there's 2 on the side, but there isn't 1 on the bottom. They're so wide that they actually take up the space. The 2 on the side actually take up the space for where 1 would usually sit on the bottom, and then obviously the 1 on top is in line with the barrel. It's chambered in several calibers. 460 Smith & Wesson XVR stands for Extreme Velocity Revolver. It's also chambered in 500 Smith & Wesson Magnum, and that holds the record for the strongest handgun cartridge that is mass-produced today. In terms of overall energy, the 460 Magnum is better in my opinion, even though it's slightly less powerful in terms of energy. It's far more compatible with other cartridges. You can actually put the cartridge that this one fires into this one and fire it safely, and it won't like beat the gun up or anything. It won't wear anything down. You'll get less recoil because the gun, this one was designed for a much weaker cartridge in a much earlier time. But you get ammo versatility, which is almost completely limited to revolvers and shotguns to some degree. Guns like these, they can't fire more than 1 caliber. They can only fire the caliber that they were designed for, really, with the exception of a few notable examples, none of which are in this game, but you get ammo versatility. You can fire more than just the one this one is chambered. You can fire another one as well that's based on the one that this one originally fired. I won't talk too much about the specifics of that, but just the 460 is more versatile in its ammo, and it's also, even though it's a smaller projectile, as the name denotes, I'm sure you already, thought to yourself, oh, 460 versus 500. The 460 Magnum is a 46 caliber projectile. The 500 is a 50 caliber projectile. That being it's half an inch wide. The 460, even though it's less wide and it has less overall energy, it does have better velocity, and it's not insignificant. It has a decent amount more velocity than the 500. So you're not like losing everything by trading it for ammo versatility. You are gaining some things back. You want high velocity if possible, because the lower your velocity, the more you have to predict your target's movement, especially when they get farther away. If it takes your bullet like half a second to get to the target, then you have to predict where your target is going to be half a second into the future. And then you say maybe half a second is bullets travel fast, you know, half a second is a lot. Well, what about a quarter of a second? And you have to remember that when targets are far away, they become smaller. So maybe you do only have to predict him a quarter of a second into the future, but he's a small target when he's standing so far away, and maybe he's moving, maybe he's running, maybe he's in a car where you can only see the top half of him through the windshield or something. You having a higher velocity helps minimize all these things from affecting your performance. This one is a nice handgun. It's very expensive at this point. It's not still in production, I don't believe. It's chambered in 357 Magnum. It's a Kunen 1911 in 357. They have 1911s that are chambered in 9x19 and other things. 357 is a well-known caliber. It's pretty available even in places like Europe and Russia and stuff like that. You could still get 357 over there. You cannot necessarily just get 460 Magnum in other countries like Russia or Europe. I'm talking about, obviously they probably don't have legal firearms. I mean, some of Europe does, a lot of Europe doesn't. There's probably some way to do it in a really stupid authoritarian cuck way, but I'm talking about even if you had access as like a agent of the state, even if you're like a government worker, you still probably could not get 460 Magnum or 500 Magnum ammunition, so having one of these would be essentially useless. You could, however, get 357 if you had some special means of acquiring ammunition in countries that have heavy authoritarian tendencies, we'll call them. You could also get 12 gauge, which is the standard shotgun ammo pretty much around the world. All of the shotguns in Resident Evil are 12 gauge. With the exception of a couple in Resident Evil 7 and Resident Evil 8. You could also get 9x19 9mm Luger. You could also get that if you were in Russia. They prefer 9x18 9mm Makarov or Makarov. It's their standard for handguns and machine pistols and submachine guns. But they do have 9mm Luger ammunition and firearms there as well. This one is based off of a very expensive shotgun. I feel like I'm just giving you too much information. Obviously you're asleep right now and maybe you won't even listen to this or whatever, but like I hope that you would find some time eventually to listen to it. I won't talk about pointless things though, like that. I just want to talk about like some of the other stuff. Like I wanted to use the 3D models to teach some lessons, considering that I wanna uninstall a game so that we can install a different game, play others' experience together. I didn't want to pass up the opportunity to look at the things that make these illegal or legal and other stuff about them. Flashbangs work exactly the same as grenades, like frag grenades. Frag stands for fragmentation, that's how they kill or create casualties, mind you. They don't have to kill you to make you a casualty. It's another thing to consider. Another thing that people often discount. People usually in games, they just only think about what would kill you and what would not kill you. That's why they often say shit like, oh, it's just a handgun, you know, like they think that they're just entitled to survive a shot from a handgun because it's less powerful than a shot from a shotgun. When in reality, both are very much overkill for a person, you know, like, both could easily kill you. Without any special conditions or anything, they are more than enough to kill you. Similarly, oh, I didn't even fucking finish what I was saying. The point though is that they don't actually have to kill you. The point I was making is that they don't actually have to kill you. to like games don't have situations where you get shot in the hand and you can no longer use your hand, you know, or you get shot in the leg and you can no longer use your leg, or you get shot in the spine and you get paralyzed, you know, like they don't have conditions like that. They only have living and non-living conditions, pretty much. I don't know of any game where you can get paralyzed or immobilized or anything like that. There are sometimes games that have like secondary status where you are injured, but you can still usually like be revived by a teammate or revive yourself or do something in that state, like fire a handgun one-handed. My voice is totally fucking failing right now. It's okay though. But the point is that the like you don't have to die, you know, for you to be considered dead. If you get shot in the spine, like straight through your sternum, like front to back, you're not dead, but you will die pretty soon, and you're not gonna be able to fight back much, really. Like, I suppose if it was through your sternum, it might not paralyze you. I don't know if I should even say probably in that instance, because it could. If it went like straight through, like between your clavicle, like between your collarbones, it would totally paralyze you from the neck down, and you would die pretty quickly. Not instantly though. Not instantly. It wouldn't be like a headshot. And people like to argue, oh, that wouldn't kill you, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It just has to make you combat ineffective, and that is enough to be considered a kill. Because unless you want to play a game where you get shot and you get like you have to bleed out for like 2 minutes and you can't respawn, or you can't you know, like find a new match or whatever. Unless you want to play a game where you can be like taken prisoner, you know, like you have to just assume that you're dead at that point. Anyway, the point I was gonna say is that they cause casualties with fragmentation. The explosive is not this green part, but it's inside this green part. The green part is a steel shell that's around the explosive. And it has sections cut out of it on the inside where it's like tearing on the dotted line, you know, like it has bits of it removed in such a way where it will break apart in a pattern, a even pattern, as the pressure takes the path of the least resistance. It's thinner in those areas, and so it'll break apart like a chocolate bar is sectioned off into little squares. And the fragmentation is what kills you, or it's what creates casualties, it's what injures you. You can die from the explosion itself, very much so. The explosion, the high pressure will collapse your lungs and any organs that you have inside you. But it'll only kill you with that, like, within 5 meters. Like, outside of that, the pressure will just dissipate in the atmosphere to a level where you'll probably still feel it, you might gasp, because it's a strange feeling to feel something on the inside of your lungs, but it won't kill you from there. But the fragmentation will. The steel shell here will fragment into 50 different little pellets, and those pellets will fly at you at the speed of a typical bullet, pretty much. They might be like a little slower, they might be like subsonic, which some bullets are subsonic. But they also are not shaped like bullets, they're shaped like fragments, and because of that, even though they're slower, they will be very damaging still. Which is, you know, what I said earlier with how damage is dependent on more things than just velocity and projectile diameter. Shape has to do with it. Other attributes has to do with it. There are bullets that are soft lead, and there are bullets that are jacketed. You may recall the term Full Metal Jacket. A movie was named after it. Jacket refers to another metal encapsulating the lead projectile, usually copper. It keeps the lead together. It will still deform when it impacts something because it's going at high velocity. There's nothing that can really prevent that. Even if you had a jacket made of steel, it will still deform eventually or just be able to penetrate more. And that's really the idea behind it. There are other benefits to shooting ammo that's jacketed, but there are also drawbacks. Shooting straight lead or shooting semi-jacketed ammunition where it's jacketed at every part except for the tip pretty much, allows it to expand. And it doesn't like blow up, it doesn't explode, but it will expand, it will mushroom out as the, you know, as any soft thing would when pressed against something else. It'll expand, and it expands while it travels through you. So as it creates that wound channel, that tunnel, it gets bigger, it gets wider. And there's also other things that are related to how ammunition or various munitions damage you at varying levels. It's not just 1, 2, 3 things. It's a culmination of many things. Anyway, what I was getting at with showing you the flashbang 10 minutes ago was that this one actually does have the 2 pins in it. This one has the secondary safety pin in it, and you can see it right there. I'm not gonna explain flashbangs right now. It's complicated. They're not legal. There's a bunch of myths around them. I'll explain that another day. There's nothing relevant to the 3D model besides the 2 pins that I showed you already, and the other aspects of grenades in general. So I'm not gonna explain that today. This shotgun is one of my favorite shotguns. I want one really badly, but they're about $1,000. I think they're actually like 1,300. They're very expensive. They're nice. They're not entirely worth it. They are to me, but like from a I don't know. In every way they're not, like not every aspect is just better than a shotgun like this. In many ways this one is superior. To reload this one, you have to open the action, which means you have to unlock the breach from the barrel and chamber. And doing that takes time on its own. And then when you do that, if you have it closed on a live round, like if you were anticipating shooting and then suddenly you were like, oh, that was all of them. I got rid of them all. I have to reload just in case more come in 10 seconds. I have enough time to reload. Then you'd have to open the action and it will eject a live round. So you'd have to either catch it, which you can do, or you'd have to pick it up off the floor, or you'd have to eject it into your hand maybe, even though that's not really recommended. You can do it if you wanted to, but ejecting directly into your hand, sometimes it doesn't go into your hand, sometimes it just like sits between your hand and the ejection port, which is this whole backside. It's on the top on this gun, and the ejection port here is on the side right there. That rectangle that's cut out from the receiver, that is the ejection port. The loading gate is on the bottom. You can actually see in there that brass colored, that is where you would put the ammunition. In this one, there is no such exposed thing because you have to actually open this top portion up. This top portion right here in the center of the screen. You'd have to actually open that up. And then again, it will eject a live round. You have to get it somehow and then put it back in the magazine, and then you start loading the actual rounds that you were going to add to it. So it's not as fast as modern shotguns like this. This one, it's the model 1887. It is literally from the year 1887. They made slightly different models in 1901. This one is chambered in 12 gauge. It doesn't say on the barrel, but it would normally say 12 gauge or something on the barrel. The ones that were made in 1901 were chambered in 10 gauge. I heavily prefer 10 gauge. It's more powerful, and it's makes sense in a bunch of other ways. You can always shoot weaker rounds out of a more powerful designed gun, or a gun that was designed for more powerful rounds. You cannot do the reverse. You can't shoot more powerful rounds out of a gun that was designed for weaker rounds. So There's a multitude of reasons that I prefer 10 to 12. I'm not gonna explain that to you right now because you won't be able to understand it, but someday I will. I am planning on getting a shotgun like this one soon. I have a few reasons. I'm not gonna say here. It's not to do with anything shady, but they're too technical. I'll tell you another time. They're political related. Corruption related. I'm not gonna get this specific one though, because like I said, it would require the $5 fee and then like up to a year of paperwork processing and other shit you have to deal with. I'm gonna get a similar one that's slightly longer, and because the laws don't make any sense by being slightly longer, literally, when I say slightly, I mean like a couple of inches longer. By being a couple of inches longer, it actually makes it legal to own without paperwork. But potentially not for very long, which is essentially why I want to get one soon. I promise you, I have not been drinking, even though I said I was not gonna say that, and then I said it. It's not like a secret. I just didn't want to get into the technicalities of it. I was thinking about drinking, but then I was like, maybe tomorrow. This is one of the guns that I was telling you you cannot actually do the +1 for. The way it's designed, it just when you have the magazine loaded completely and the spring would then be compressed on top of the maximum amount of rounds that you can fit in there, which is I think 32. No, it's 30. This one's 30. A lot of submachine guns are 32. I don't know why specifically 32. It's just a weird thing. Honestly, I think 25 would be better. But anyway, I'll tell you why 25 is better at another time. I'm not saying that people shouldn't have 30-round magazines. I think that I'll fucking tell you right now. All right, because now it just sounds suspicious. Usually, magazines, the most common two magazines are 30 rounds, like in modern firearms. The most common magazines are 30-round magazines, like here, and like here, and there's also 40-round magazines, none of which are shown here. There's no guns that have 40-round magazine in this game. This one has like a 50 round drum. Now, instead of having 30 and 40, I fucked up. I said what I was thinking before before it was meant to be said. There are some 40 round magazines. The most popular are 30 and 45 is what I was trying to fucking say, but I am tired and stuff. Sorry, I misspoke. Now instead of 30 and 45, because 45 is like a bit extensive for practical use. And when I say that, I'm not trying to say that you have too much ammo. You know, I would never say that anyone has too much ammunition. But the way you hold those magazines is in pouches that is on your body armor or on your chest rig, or potentially on a belt. And the 45 round magazines don't usually fit in the same pouches that are designed for 30 round magazines. Usually they're just too long. Now, knowing that 45 is a bit overkill, and knowing that it doesn't fit in the same pouch size, it makes more sense if they had chosen 40 round magazines to be the higher common standard and 25 round magazines as standard instead of 30 round magazines. Because if that was the case, they would both fit the same. You can put in 30 round magazine pouches right now, you can put 40 round magazines in them usually. The flaps may not close still because they're too long, but they will fit. The reason that the 45 round ones don't is because they curve, because most ammunition, all of the ammunition in this game specifically, it has a slight taper to it, so the taper is only like a few hundredths of an inch, maybe thousandths of an inch. In millimeters, like a tenth of a millimeter or less. But they do have a taper. They are very, very slightly conical, and they have to be slightly conical for the way that the guns work. There are some genuinely straight-walled cartridges. They are not very common. None of the ones in this game are like that. Now, because they have a slight taper, when you add up that hundredth of an inch, tenth of a millimeter, whatever, when you add up 10 of them, it becomes a millimeter. So it will begin to curve eventually. And that's why, like, this magazine looks very straight. It goes straight through the grip. But this one definitely curves slightly, you know? Even though they're in the same exact caliber. This one is also, again, the same caliber. But it's straight. And then this one is curved. if we had now the other part of that is 30 round magazines are already like they're not extensive in the sense that they're like overkill and unnecessary, but when people shoot with 30 round magazines like in a military scenario, they don't usually shoot the magazine empty. Usually your engagement ends well before that. And if you do shoot it empty, you're usually far away enough and shooting from behind cover to where it wouldn't matter whether you had those 5 extra rounds or not. It would be inconsequential to the fight. Now, if you're close, you may run into a scenario where those last 5 rounds save your life or whatever. But it's highly unlikely for that situation to come up. And also, if it does come up, usually you have the opportunity to reload. So you kind of have like sorry, I'm eating chocolate, but in essence what I'm saying is that if the last 5 rounds are what saves your life, you probably screwed up a lot to come to that point. You know? You probably didn't have 25 people in front of you and you hit every shot, but then you only had, you know, like, I'm not even making sense with my analogy. What I'm saying is, you probably didn't have 30 people in front of you to where you needed every single round of that 30 round magazine. You probably had 3 or 4 people, which is a lot of people, and it makes me uncomfortable. It should make any reasonable person uncomfortable. When you only have a 30 round magazine or a 25 round magazine, either way, it's a lot of people, but usually those 5 rounds don't make the difference. And again, if you decided that you needed more, you could have a 40 round magazine. The numbers just work out better. I'm not explaining it in a very good fashion, but the numbers work out a lot better. If your magazines are smaller, you can carry more of them. No, that's not to say that you can carry more ammunition just because your magazines are smaller. The smaller your magazines are, the less ammo they carry individually, but sometimes that's a good thing, though, because if you had 100 rounds, then sure, you know, that's great. Everyone wants to have 100 rounds, but it makes your gun heavy. You know, this drum magazine, that weighs a lot. Now, it's specifically designed to where the drum is in the center of the firearm, pretty much. Like, it's slightly off to the right. The center is really, like, where the trigger is. But it makes a decent center of gravity, having all that weight there. But if you were pointing that around everywhere, every day, or even not every day, but like frequently, or for an extended period of time, you get tired. It's beneficial for you to have your spare ammo that you don't need on tap, ready at a moment's notice. It's beneficial for you to have that ammunition in pouches instead of directly attached to the gun, because your arms will get tired, but your legs take a lot longer to get tired. Pouches that are fixed to your person, fixed to your body armor or your rig or whatever. Essentially, they're being supported by your skeleton mainly, as opposed to being carried in your arms. So everything would be a little bit more pointable. Everything would be a little bit more compact. Without taking away ability or anything. There's also other things that come from a 25 round magazine as opposed to a 30. But at this point I might as well tell you why I prefer 10 gauge to 12 gauge, because essentially it's the same concept. The 12 gauge is great. It's more than capable for defense, and it's more than capable to hunt pretty much everything, pretty much every animal besides like your very dangerous game like rhinoceros or elephant or stuff like that, hippopotamus. But 10 gauge has considerably more power than 12 gauge. And the reason that it's preferable, in my opinion, is because of this. Because society, the world, has pretty much standardized on 2 shotgun calibers. 12 gauge, which we've been talking about, but also 20 gauge. Now 20 gauge is considerably smaller than 12 gauge. Gauges are inversely like calibers. As caliber goes up, the diameter goes up, the power goes up, generally speaking. Gauges are the opposite, because it works in a different system. As gauge goes up, the power goes down. And as gauge goes down, the power goes up. So 10 gauge is more powerful than 12. 12 is more power than 20. There are also 16 gauge shotguns. There's also 24 gauge and 28 gauge. There's also 14 gauge, I think, although that's very rare. The most common ones you see are obviously, as I said, 12 and 20, and there's the next most common is 16, I would say, and then 10 gauge is like about on par with that. And there's also a shotgun called 410, which is not quite a real shotgun. The naming, I'm just gonna confuse you by telling you this, but the naming of 410 is it's denoting its caliber. It's a shotgun cartridge, but it's 41 caliber, essentially. 410 it's it it's really bad caliber. You shouldn't even, don't even worry about that one. Anyway, the thing about it though is that society has standardized on 2 shotgun calibers for the most part, 12 and 20. Usually shotguns are chambered in 20 gauge if they're just for like bird hunting or for new shooters. Like youth shotguns are most frequently chambered in 20 gauge. Shotguns for other similar needs, like small statured people, women, are often in 20 gauge as well. And it's not a bad caliber for shotguns, but it's considerably less powerful than 12 gauge. Now, if, say, and alright, before I go to the if, first thing you have to know is that shotguns are usually 12 gauge shotguns specifically are usually chambered, like obviously they're chambered in 12 gauge, but not all 12 gauge is the same. There are 2 3/4 inch shells, and there's also 3-inch Magnum shells, and there's also 3.5-inch Magnum shells for 12 gauge. Now, if your barrel doesn't say, usually your barrel is gonna say something on there. It's gonna say like 2 3/4 inch, which is the most common, or 3-inch. Sometimes very few guns are chambered in 3.5. And if you put a 3.5-inch shell into a 2 3/4, it probably won't go in, but if it does, you may blow yourself up. But here's the real problem. It's not about stuff like that, like specifically, but it's the implications that come from that. So 3-inch Magnum and 3.5-inch Magnum were invented because people decided that 12 gauge was not quite enough for what they wanted it to be used for, what they wanted a shotgun for. And this was during a time when 10 gauge already existed. Again, 10 gauge came around 1901. 3-inch Magnums came around way after that. Now, on the shotgun, they're usually fed by these tube magazines. This tube beneath the barrel. You see the barrel on top right there. And then it has the tube underneath. And like we showed earlier, oh, you can't see it on this one, can you? On this one, you could see the brass right there, where you would put the ammunition. In this lower tube, where the pump is like molded around. Now, if you have shells that are 2 3/4 inches long, you can fit maybe 6 or 7 of them into this shotgun. But if you have shells that are 3.5 inches long, you can only fit like 4, you know, in the same tube length. So increasing in power reduces your capacity significantly. You might be able to get 5, maybe, but like going from 7 to 5 is still significant, and 7 to begin with isn't really a lot of capacity. Even though it's a shotgun, and that's like decent amount for a shotgun, in terms of like firearms in general, if you know, you want more capacity just in case you have to fire more rounds. It's preferable to fire, if you're in a defensive situation, to fire like before, you know, before you have to face the guy, you know, like if he's got a firearm and you've got a firearm and he's on the other side of a wall, if you think you can get him through that wall, you should try get him through the wall if you have spare ammunition, you know, because it might save your life. You know, maybe he fucking, if you wait to actually like get eye to eye with the guy, he might shoot you first. Or you might shoot him, but he might have pulled the trigger like at the same time as you, you know, so you might get hit by whatever, you know, like he might have shot at the same time you did, and so you kill each other. It's possible, but unlikely, but still possible. And so you want ammo capacity to be able to keep people from advancing on you, to suppress them if they're hiding behind cover from you. You want ammo capacity to eat through that cover, especially if you have a shotgun. Like you could tear down a wall, you know, if you have a shotgun. You could shoot some holes in the wall and you'll be able to see maybe the edge of him, so you can extrapolate from that where the rest of his body is and shoot him the second time. But if you don't have capacity, you can't do any of that. You know, if you say had a single shotgun, you only had one. You didn't have any magazine at all. It just had one barrel, and you had to feed every single round individually. You can't risk that. You can't shoot through drywall or anything, you know, to try and get him, because if you shoot, now you're empty. What if he comes out? Then you have nothing. You just have a tube, you know, to fight him off with. So if you don't have any capacity, you can't take any risks like that, and risks that could save your life, and risks that are not like horribly risky, but like they're only less risky if you have the capacity to back yourself up. If you have no capacity, you only have a single shot, then you can't waste that single shot. At that point, you have to wait till you see the guy, you know? But, so what you're doing is you're trading capacity for lethality, like per shot lethality. And I don't like that trade. I like things optimal. You know me. I like proper, well thought out solutions. I don't like folly shit where it's like, oh, you gain this but you lose this and this, you know. So if you had a shotgun like this, and it was chambered in 10 gauge, those 10 gauge shells are gonna be more powerful than these 12 gauge ones. And they're going to be the same length. Now, I'm sure there are longer shotgun shells in 10 gauge, and I'm sure there are shorter ones. But if we had standardized on 10 gauge instead of 12, there may not have been 3-inch and 3.5-inch magnums. Maybe there would be 3. I don't know. Maybe there could be. But even if you drop down to 3, that's 1 additional ammo type. So you don't have to worry about the stuff you have to worry about now, where if you had a shotgun and you were in some weird dystopian apocalyptic scenario where there's like zombies everywhere and stuff, and you ran out of all of your ammo and you found some ammo. If the ammo that you found, that 12 gauge, if that was 3.5-inch magnum loads, firing it out of your shotgun could kill you. You would have to get that ammunition, you'd have to like open it up and then like download it. You know, you'd have to like actually take powder away from it and then reseal the ammunition for it to be safe. And that would be the case even if you had a shotgun that was chambered in 3-inch magnum, because it's still not 3.5. There's still a power difference that's significant enough to risk like killing yourself. So and then you still have that reduced capacity. As opposed to, if you just had a 10 gauge shotgun, you would have more power. There would probably not be any existence of any magnums. There would probably just be 10 gauge, because 10 gauge is a lot of power. It's plenty for literally everything except for elephants and stuff that I still would not trust 12 gauge for. And then you'd be able to shoot everything, even like lighter loads, you know? Because again, you can always shoot less powerful ammunition out of a gun designed for more. You just can't do the opposite. So you'd still be able to shoot, like, if you didn't like how much recoil 10 gauge normally had, there are already out there right now for 12 gauge. There are reduced recoil loads that are designed for home defense, designed for people, you know, like being the recipients. So they still have enough lethality to kill a person without body armor. They just have a little bit less power because you're not trying to hunt like a moose or something with them. And that reduced power results in reduced recoil. You'd still be able to shoot those out of a 10 gauge, but you'd just have maximum, you'd have a higher maximum is what I meant to say, a higher max potential. And instead of 20 gauge, 16 gauge would be a lot more reasonable for the same reasons. 20 gauge is very mediocre when it comes to shotgun performance. Is it a shotgun? Yes. Is it more powerful than a handgun? Yes. Is it that much better, considering that you still are probably only going to have 6 or 7 rounds, and now you're significantly less powerful than a 12 gauge even? I would say that's not worth it. If I had to choose between fighting with a 20 gauge versus fighting with like a rifle like this, I would much prefer the rifle. Even though individually 20 gauge is more lethal than one of these bullets, I get 30 rounds with this. With this I would get 7. So instead of 20 gauge, 16 would be a lot better. Again, you could still have reduced recoil loads if it was personally too much. But you would have a greater potential, and it would still be like palatable for youth learning to shoot, and women and smaller statured people. The last thing I'll talk about here probably is the way gauges work, the nomenclature for gauges. So gauges are an archaic use of measurement. Tired. Gauges are an archaic use of not use of measurement, method of measurement. Unit of measurement is what I meant to say. Fucking hell. So the way gauges work is you used to buy lead by the pound. And so you would buy a pound of lead and gauge is a system where if that pound of lead was divided by the number, as in when I say 12 gauge, that number, 12. If the pound of lead was divided 12 times, you know, it was divided into 12ths, then each 12th of that pound, if made into a sphere, a ball, would be the size of a 12 gauge bore. That sounds confusing, so I'll say again. If you bought a pound of lead and you divided it into 12 equal balls, spheres, each of those spheres individually could be essentially a 12 gauge slug, a 12 gauge bullet, even though, you know, shotguns usually are made up of pellets, hence shot. But you can fire singular bullets out of shotguns. They're called shotgun slugs. So, by extension, if you divided a pound of lead 20 times, you would get a ball of lead that is the size of a 20 gauge diameter shotgun bore. And that's why the power is so significantly different, because you have to remember that bullets are three-dimensional objects. So when you reduce one dimension, you're not just reducing, like if you reduce the width, the diameter, by half, which is roughly the difference between 12 and 20. It's almost like half. If you reduce the width by half, the volume is not half, you know? Like, if you have a 3 by 3 by 3 cube, like a Rubik's Cube, then the volume of that cube is 3 times 3 times 3, which is 27. Now, if you divide one side, one dimension of it, by 3, and you make it a 1 by 3 by 3, the volume of it is now 9. It's a lot. It's a big difference. Did I misspeak again? Did I fucking say if you reduce it by half, it doesn't become a half? Like, what I'm saying is, like, there's if you reduce one dimension by half, then yes, it becomes half. But what I'm like, there's 3 dimensions, right? And the length is not gonna vary too greatly. But the width and the height will. And both of those dimensions are dependent on the gauge or caliber, not just one of them. You know? Because, I mean, they're essentially the same dimension because ammunition is a perfect circle, you know? So it's not like, it's not longer in one direction like an oval or something like that. But what I'm saying is, like, you're reducing both of those dimensions by half, so you're getting even less. So, like, imagine, let's use my example again, the Rubik's Cube, without me misspeaking this time. if you have a 3, let's even use a 4. Let's use a 4. If you have a 4 by 4 by 4 cube, that cube is your ammunition. The volume of that cube is 16 times 4, which is 64. Now, if you reduce 2 dimensions by half, you would have a 2 by 2 by 4. And the volume of that would be 16. Not 32. 32 is half of 64. 2 times 2 is 4, and then times 4, the length, the last dimension, is only 16. "16 is a fourth of 64. So by reducing 2 dimensions, the height and the width, by half, you have cut the power by 4. And that is why 20 gauge is so far away from 12 gauge, and far away from, as well, 10 gauge. By extension, we can deduce pretty much that 20 gauge is about a fourth the power of 10 gauge, because we know how gauges work now that I explained them. We know that it's a sphere about half the diameter, which means both of those dimensions are cut in half. So that's why the power diminishes so greatly. And that is why I think that the world should have standardized on 10 and 16 instead of 12 and 20. And I am going to end the stream and stop rambling, and I will tell you to listen to it tomorrow. You probably won't have any time to. That's okay. Listen to it eventually sometime. I don't know. I think we looked at all of these. Yeah. Alright. I'm gonna end the stream. I love you. I hope that some of that stuck with you. I know that not all of it will. That is okay. I don't expect you to learn everything in one day. I don't expect you to process everything that I tell you all at once. But I hope that at least in the future you maybe remember, oh yeah, he mentioned that, even if you don't remember what I said specifically. I was just reading those. They kind of have fun challenges. Anyway, I love you. Sweet dreams. Listen sometime, eventually, maybe.